peoples of the interwebs. Hello, hello. Thumbs up. Come on, what are you waiting for? Christmas? You got 3 months to go yet. Almost. Okay, folks, sorry for the slight delay. As usual, dog. That's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. Speaking of which, let's say hello to her ladyship herself. Let's do this thing. Got to mess about with some buttons. Here she is, chomping on her food. Hey. There she is. The food was provided by a lovely lady called Meta. Danish lady who came around for the first time yesterday. And we sat and had a chat. Until 10 o'clock, I think. We sat out until about now, like sat out in the dark. Nice evening. Lovely lady to chat with. And she brought like 2 bags. She brought a shopping bag of things and then she had a backpack with the important stuff. With the beer. But today's beer is a different beer. I think these were brought by my friend Steve and his wife. So cheers to Steve and his wife for the donation today. Brought ice as well, and a cool box that they found next to a bin. So that's a nice find. It looks brand new. The only thing I've noticed, if you press down on the top, there's a slight hissing sound, like air is escaping. Maybe from the lid itself, or maybe it's pressing down and hasn't got a tight seal. Maybe it's pressing down and pushing air out of the cool box itself. It might not have 100% kind of insulation. I'm not sure. I'm not. Beggars can't be choosers, can they? Just like Keith Chegwin. Cheggers can't be boozers. It's the best spoonerism ever. You'd have to be British and of a certain age to appreciate it. Let me bring up chat. Live chat. Everybody should select live chat. Hold on. Jack Attack, it's here. Might take a bit of time setting up. Seems to work now. The YouTube system. If you've watched the video I released a couple of hours ago, and then if you read on X / Twitter / shitter, whatever you want to call it, if you read YouTube's reply, if it's your first stream, you might not be set up. And I'm like, I'm somewhere between 150 and 200 streams deep by now. What are you twatting about? If it's your first stream, it might take 24 hours to set up. Did you not just watch the fucking video? What's the point of me doing a 6, 7, 8 minute video demonstrating the problem if they won't watch the bastard video? Here we go. I've started with a rant already, bitching about YouTube. I think I've got a chocolate smear on my beard. I had a waffle earlier with a chocolate sauce, and of course I've got no mirrors around here, and this is the only time I get to look at me. It's the only time I get to look at me live, because there's no mirrors. I have had mirrors over time, but you know, things fall over, things break, dog, all of those reasons. There's so let me say hello to everybody. The Jack Attack was here, probably still is. He's probably gone into lurker mode any minute now. Mr. Sharafsha, Mr. S as we call him. Good evening. And we have video, yeah. Tina, yeah. DJ Son, that's Roger. Super Enriched, that's Oscar. Hello, mates. Lurking from now, okay. My friend Ismo's going to be out here in a few days. I've lost track of how many days, Ismo, but it's not many, is it? If you're still there. My friend Ismo's coming out for 3 or 4 weeks, I think it is. Nice holiday before he starts. He's finished his summer job and he's about to start his winter job. Yeah, that's where I was going with the ex-Twitter shitter thing, Mr. S. Yeah. And then we have a name for our posts, don't we? Our excretions. See, you don't call them tweets anymore, and you can't call them X's or something. That doesn't work. But if Twitter is shitter, then our excretions can be, our posts can be our excretions. It's obvious, really. You just follow the logic of the language. That's what I say anyway. Okay, folks. For any newcomers that are lurking, if you've just seen the YouTube community posts or the posts on Shitter, X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, I am Delta Mike. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. As I said, I am Delta Mike, down and out. A homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. What are the rest of them? Just as I think I'm about to memorize it all. Someone who lives rough or on the streets, or in my case, in a field. What are you? Dead. Okay, good. That's the Delta Mike and the down and out taken care of. Torrevieja, that's a city on the southeast coast of Spain, on the Costa Blanca south. That's where I've been homeless now for, homeless in total for 3 years and 2 months, almost. And 1 week from today, I will have been in this field exactly 3 years. 3 years already, folks. Time's ticking by. The beard's not getting any darker. Time passes. Tempus fugit. Oh, bit of windy pops. As I said, I am on the beer tonight. When friends deliver beer, normally there's a rush to get it drunk while it's still cold. But because they brought ice as well, and Meta, the lady from last night, brought a couple of frozen bottles of water as well. I think they were 1 litre bottles. So I've got lots of things staying cool for longer at the minute. So there's no rush to drink the beer. Except it's Friday night, folks. Come on. I think my Vagrant. Did I miss Vagrant? I might have missed Vagrant. Take next week, lot of beer, says Ismo. Sounds like a plan, my friend. What day do you arrive? I'm sure I could read back in, are we Messenger or are we WhatsApp? I think we're Messenger. Karen's in the house. Hello, Karen. And thank you, Karen. You know why. Guys, I've been, what a week. I haven't kept track of what day was what. What day was the big storm? Was that Sunday night or Monday? I'm not sure. But yeah, the field, I'm convinced now the field literally flooded. Yes, Suave beer, yeah, the nice smooth stuff. Steinberg Suave, or Argus maybe. Haven't had Argus in a while. I think Argus did one that's literally called Suave. Yeah. What was I saying? I've reached the conclusion the field definitely flooded. It's just obvious now. Some of the things that moved and the distances they moved. Oh, sorry. I should have silenced that shit. Oh, there's the other thing. Because I couldn't get into, they didn't list this stream at all. I couldn't see it listed before it went live. So I haven't been able to add any of the like the pinned comment or anything. I couldn't change any settings. If Jackie Tech's still there, mate, could you add the PayPal donation link as a message and can you pin it as a mod? I think you can pin them, can you? If you could do that, that'd help. Not that I need the money at the minute, folks, but I just don't want the complaints. If somebody new steps in and wants to help, I don't want to get in their way. You remember a few times I've had people get a bit bolshy that they can't work out how to help. So having the pinned comment just avoids any arguments or disagreements from people who are hyper-focused on wanting to help. Any help is appreciated, folks. It's always appreciated. I can't sit here forever saying, don't help me, I've got enough. It won't be there forever. I do spend money. Well, I do spend money, you know, I'm human. I need food and things. Although I'm doing all right for that at the minute. I've had so many visits in person in the last 2 or 3 days. It's quite shocking. In a good way, don't get me wrong. Hey babe, where are you? Can I see you? No, I can reach you, but I can't see you. Oh, there you are. Okay. Yeah, I've had a lot of visitors. Like, only one visit. Oh no, I've had two visits every day for the last 3 days. 2 separate visits every day for the last 3 days. So yeah, it's been quite active around here. And then we had the storm at the beginning of the week, and we did the TrampCast that night. But yeah. Okay, Ismo's coming out on Monday. 6 weeks holiday. Your timeline keeps changing, my friend. I'm sure every time you talk about it, it's a different set of days and dates. Oh, Karen's out. Is it the quiz? It's quiz night, isn't it? It is. Let me see. I don't know whether Jack Attack can pin it. Can I? I don't want to click. Why is it not letting me? I'm the boss man around here. It doesn't give me any. Oh, maybe after it's not the last. Here we go. Hide user, put user in timeout, remove a standard, report, remove. No, even I can't pin it at the minute. I can't pin it either. I'm the boss man. It's my channel, for fuck's sake. Okay. Thank you for posting it anyway, mate. Thank you. Appreciated. I guess I should say cheers to Jack Attack. Cheers to the 6 who have hit the button for the thumbs up. It is in the description. I did manage to get the description in. You should watch the video though where I tried to create the stream. Well, it was actually after I'd created it, and it showed up wonky. It showed up wrong. It showed up as a draft, and wouldn't display the actual stream anywhere in the listings. And then the merry-go-round I had of trying to set it and reset it, and every time you re-enter the settings for the stream, it clears the time that you've set it for, the scheduled time in the future. Kept blanking that out and setting it to midnight. And so I did a video, and I pointed YouTube at it and said, what's this shit? What's going on here? And they just said, oh, when you do your first live stream, sometimes it can take 24. And I'm like, what are you talking about? First live stream. I've been at this game a little while. Okay, that was just some news. News headlines. Peace in the Middle East. Maybe. It's been going on for like 3,000 years. I don't think it's going to stop now. Okay, folks, what kind of week have we all had? I'll talk you through mine in Here we go. When you back out to your home screen, hold the YouTube studio icon. 3 options and the circle should pop up. Tap the eye. Hold on. Are we talking about on Android here? When you back out to your home screen, hold the YouTube studio icon. There isn't one. Home screen within YouTube or home screen on the phone? Force stop scroll to storage. Tap then. Oh, the clear cache thing. The phone's home screen. Press and hold the YouTube studio icon. Okay, I'll try it. But I've danced this dance many times, clearing caches, and it's just bad programming. You can just see it in the app. Why does the scheduled time disappear and keep resetting to midnight? Why does the icon, not the icon, sorry, the thumbnail that's set for the video disappear and default to the channel thumbnail? It's all a right mess. I'm usually as up to date as can be with the app itself. I have it set to install updates automatically every day or whatever it is. And if I happen to notice that there's an update waiting, I install everything straight away. I restart the phone every couple of days because, well, usually by accident, run out of power and have to charge it from zero. Okay, well, try the force stop thing at some point. But what gets me is YouTube's lack of ability to look into anything. I know one guy reports something, but when you've like got a video of it going wrong, I don't know. Tools for total control. Brit card, anyone? Oh, I'm not going off on the ID card again, mate. I've done that. I've done that rant already. I referred the honourable gentleman to the answer I gave some hangouts ago. I said I wasn't going to do politics, and I went on a big fuck off rant about it. I get contacted by people telling me the majority of Brits want the ID card. I don't know. I find that difficult to believe. Every account that I follow that's a Brit. In fact, the black belt barrister did his own poll, and he got, I think it was like 99% versus 1%. And he did a second poll. He did one of, do you want the ID card? And it was like 99% against. Or it might be 97-3, something like that. But then he said, will you kind of obey the ID card? Will you go and get one when you're told to go and get one? And everybody said no. Like that was 99% and a bigger sample. I think his first vote got like 100,000 votes, and his second one was near 150,000, I think. What ID card, says Mr. S? The British government are wanting to introduce an ID card in Britain, and they tell us all these reasons we should have it and want it. It's to stop the boats and the illegal immigrants. It's to stop people working illegally. It's to stop people cheating on benefits. It's to all of the wrongs with the world are going to be solved by an ID card. You can't work in Britain without a national insurance number and a tax ID number and you have an NHS number. Whenever you want to do anything with a bank, you have to go in and provide 3 lots of ID, and we've already got all this. One more ID card to replace all of the other driving licenses and all the other passports and all the other crap. How is an ID card going to stop the boats? How is it going to stop people working who are already fiddling the work? If you have to, what happens at the minute is one person goes and registers, one person who might be a foreigner who's been naturalized British, who they'll register with an employment agency and they'll say, hey, I'll take as many shifts as you can give me. And what they do then is each shift a different person goes. So one person does the morning shift, somebody else does the afternoon stroke evening shift, someone else does the night shift. They all get clocked up by the agency as the same person. On the books, the same person's working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. And the person whose ID it is really takes 20%, say, from each of the workers and gets a good income without actually doing any work. But the illegals get to go along and say, I'm Mrs. Subalongo, and she gets to work in a hospital or a health centre or a old folks home. How's an ID card going to stop that? That's what they do now. Then you've got all the ones that are illegal migrants that have been put up in hotels, given an iPhone and an iPhone or a top of the line Samsung. They're not allowed to work technically, but they all go off and work for Just Eat or Deliveroo or Uber Eats. They're all doing the food delivery thing. And the centre of the city has about 100 of them sat around each night between jobs, chatting. And if you happen to walk through town with your phone out and they suspect that you're filming, they'll attack you. And or drive past you and just rob your phone out your hand while you're walking along. How's an ID card going to stop any of that? It's already illegal. It already shouldn't happen. I've gone off on one. Oh, so yeah, that's the big part is it's going to be digital, which yeah is yeah. We've already been invaded. They're already there. They're already coming in. I don't see what an ID card's going to do. Passport to get ID card. Yeah, I mean, it's that, isn't it? Show some ID to get ID card. But you know that they're going to let them off the boat and just give them them. I've never seen an issue that is so one-sided, and yet some people are so loud and assertive that the majority of people want this thing. I've never seen such division. And how can all of the polls online be saying 97%, 98%, 99% against? And yet I've got people telling me 60% for and 40 against. It doesn't compute. I'm seeing the same things that I saw in the lead up to Brexit. When the press were telling me that everybody was Remain and everyone that I met in the pub was Leave. I'm seeing the same kind. Maybe it's the people I hang out with or that I follow online. Maybe they're an unrepresentative sample. How did you get there? You were the other side. Hold on, give us a second, folks. I don't know what she just did. I don't know how she just did what she did. Buggerlugs. I can't see you. I'm blinded. Shit, what was that? I'm blinded by the light. How did you get there? I don't know how she does what she does sometimes, folks. For someone who's got no back legs, she sure gets around. Let me come back to chat. Because I don't want to get off on one on the ID cards, like I said, but... Links your mind, your politics, your movements. Yeah, wait until that's used as the what was the Online Safety Act? When that becomes your ID for accessing not just the fruity websites, but But when it becomes the ID for every website, and then they can track posts online to the ID card to you, make it quicker for the cops to come to your house and interrogate you at 4. I watched a video the other day where they knocked on someone's house for the second time at 4 in the morning to ask them to remove Facebook posts. 4. What kind of hours are they keeping? Why are they knocking up people at 4 in the morning to ask about fucking Facebook posts? I don't know. We shall move on, folks. We shall move on otherwise. Boring Oregon, dull Scotland, bland Australia. These okay, yeah, I saw that. Was it the Map Men? I think it was the Map Men video, or maybe it was someone reacting to the Map Men video about towns and cities twinning with other towns and yeah. Blair owns a digital ID company. I would struggle to counter that assertion. Usually when these things happen, those big companies that get all the government contracts, is it Centrica? And there's another one. Can't remember the name. But they tend to be owned by people who are in a position either within the House of Lords or the House of Parliament. These big, they're bringing laws and they've already got in place a company ready to challenge for all the contracts. And lo and behold, they get the contracts. It's okay, Tina. It's Miguel. It's Miguel. But yeah, that, you know, it's almost insider trading like, isn't it? Graft, they call it, don't they? Graft. Well, they've got inside knowledge of what laws are going to be coming in, and you're pushing for those laws to come in, and then you, lo and behold, are behind the company that's going to solve the problem for the government. The government says this is a problem and what we need is this solution. You go, oh, I just happen to have a company that can help you with that. I bet you fucking do. Hello, Tom. Didn't see you there. Tom in the Shetlands, yeah? How's the weather in the Shetlands, my friend? I would imagine it's getting quite cold now this time of year. Government overreach, yeah. I wouldn't mind a digital driver's license. I think a lot of Europeans are more comfortable with ID cards and such things. Digital, so that you don't have to have a card on you when the police ask for details. When they pull you over, you just, zap them kind of Bluetooth them the details. Or RFID, whatever it's called nowadays. I can't remember. What is RFID? Radio frequency. Is it D data? Can't remember. Oh, and there's close. What's the other one? Close field. It's 10 years ago since I did tech properly. I wouldn't know. Who'd vote for a digital prison? Apparently, I'm getting told that lots of people are all for it, but yeah. Of course they'll comply. I don't, what we got? We're on 2.8 million, I think, at the minute on the online petition. But the government have given a response. Whereas if you get over, I think it's over 1 million, or was it even just over 100,000? The government is supposed to make a decision whether to re-debate the issue. And we're headed for 3 million. And all the government say is, we will be introducing digital ID and we will be doing this. And they're claiming it was part of their election promises, their manifesto. That's the word I couldn't get the other day, wasn't it? They're claiming it was part of their manifesto and it's nowhere to be seen. Not explicitly. You've got modernising government as a cover-all umbrella term. But that's too vague to just allow shit through. I said the other day that there's a long-standing tradition where an opposition don't challenge laws that meet manifesto pledges in an election. But those things are usually implemented in the first 6 months of a new government. And then they can all argue shit. But something as vague as modernising government doesn't... Do you get a free iPhone with a digital ID? No, only if you come across on the boats and your complexion is much darker than mine. Tina, what's going on? You're drinking something that you shouldn't be drinking, darling. You're drinking you're drinking swamp water out of pans. Don't do that. I've poured you some water over here. Tina's water's back here. Come on. It's back where your food was that you've just eaten. Is this too bright? Let me just experiment with... Is that better or worse? Let me ask you this. Okay, we'll do this. Number 1 is full brightness. Number 2, medium. And number 3, a bit lower. Preferences, 1, 2 or 3 in the chat. 1 is full brightness, 2 is middle, 3 is low. Let me know your preferences. I was finding that a little bit stark in my eyes, a little bit too much, but... An implant in your thumb, that's Sweden, isn't it? Sweden's going full on with embedding chips under the skin. Like your dog's chip. Now these things don't broadcast far and wide. You have to hold a reader close, so that even if it's in your thumb, you have to get very, very close. Near field communication, that was the word or the acronym I was trying to remember a while ago. Near field communication, NFC. 201, 2 is fine, not 3, 2. Hello Michael, I think that's your first comment, yeah? Thank you for stepping out of the shadows. Okay, it's on, I think it's on 2 at the minute, is it? Or is that 1? Hold on. Oh, it was on 1. That's 2, that's 1. I quite like that, but it depends whether you want... I got that, if you watch Red Dwarf, I look a bit like Holly again at the minute, don't I? Surrounded entirely by black, and then just a head in the black. Well, let me look back at 1's fine. Sign of Nature says moody 3. 3 was the really stark, bright one. Mr. S said that. I think the consensus is either 2 or 1. 2 seems to have the... 1 is too dark, some are saying. Let me go back then. There's 3... No. 1 was bright, wasn't it? I'll go the middle. We'll go there. We'll go 2. In the middle. How's everything? Okay, I hope. I think so on the whole. I'm doing well. We had the big storm earlier in the week. I seem to have slept through the field flooding, which is a little bit embarrassing, because I was literally worried about it happening. I think I might have to go and buy a shovel and a hoe. Not that kind of hoe, folks. Garden implement. I might have to go and buy a shovel and a hoe up at the Chino Bazaar. If they're not going to maintain the drainage channel, I'm going to have to. And I had a good look at it today. Most of the drainage ditch at the top of the field is fine. There's the odd sparse weed in there. But it's when it gets to the end where the water pools, you've got these big fucking trees. I mean, literally, they're taller than me from where the water sits. And soaked it. What are you? Oi! Let me see if I can see what she's doing. Because she's annoying the shit out of me. Oh, that's what fell on the floor before when I knocked something off. It's a bone. It's the... Where is it? There it is, by her leg. Can you see? By like the ankle joint on her front right leg. If I put the... roughly in the center of the screen now. By that thing by her leg. It's the last inch and a half of a bone. I think it was Uncle Anthony brought that. My friend Anthony brought that, and I picked it up off the floor. She'd ignored it for a while, and when I knocked something, I knew I'd knocked something off the table earlier, but I didn't know what. It's that, and so she's okay. She can chew on that. Levitating head, okay, mid. I went for the Midland. People seem to on balance. That seems to be it. We're having a bad storm at the minute in the northeast. You live near Newcastle. My dad was from Hexham. I think I've mentioned that before, but you might not have seen. So he's up that. He was up that way. I'm not going to talk about him. Waterproof chest for your valuables. Hold on. Where did I got? Is there? Did we? Have I missed a line of thinking, or did that just come out of nowhere? Now, an implant in your thumb. Okay. Okay. The Commons in Parliament is for us commoners, but instead it's full of their ex-politicians. The Commons is supposed to be for commoners, yeah. And the Lords are not allowed to enter. And neither is, I was going to say Her Majesty, because it's still all new to me, this having a king thing. The monarch's not allowed to enter the Commons, which is why when they do the opening of Parliament, everybody goes into the Lords. With Black Rod, wasn't it? Who knocks on the door and has it all open up. Waterproof chest for my valuables because floods. I think we were okay. I don't think it got high enough to like get in over the lip of the door, but I think some got in through the floor. When you've got a plastic sheet, which is the floor of a tent, over rocks and stones, movement over time creates little tears, little rips would be too strong a word, but the friction just creates little openings in the plastic. So when the water, let's say the water was only 5 mil deep, but it got in and my carpet inside is still wet. That's going to take maybe another week to dry out fully, unless I move everything and bring the carpet out. But that's, if you knew how much stuff I've got inside, that's real trauma. It took me, don't forget, it took me 3 days to empty the old tent so that we could move into the new, and it was another 2 or 3 days to put stuff back in, and 5, maybe 6 months later, half of it was still outside. That's what happens when you downsize your tent. The TV that I've hardly ever used is sat on the floor because the coffee table it sat on previously doesn't fit in the tent anymore. Have you heard me? I start the stream with I am a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed... Start with all that, and suddenly I'm talking about my television and my crock pot or slow cooker, whatever you want to call that, my electric fan, my electric blanket, my lanterns and lights and phones and tablets and laptop. I don't do bad, folks. Somebody wanted to call me the other day, rather than a tramp, they wanted to call me a glamp. I guess I can see that. I guess I can see that point of view. Onwards. Luke, hello. Is that true, Jack Attack? A garage owner in Scotland staged a murder scene for a Google camera car. Police viewing Google Maps didn't find it funny. I got an electric pillow this week. What does an electric pillow do? Why does a pillow need to be electric? Is this inflatable or heated? It's a true story, says Jack Attack. There was a guy who did some art in the path of a Google Maps car. He did the white outlines on buildings and on the floor and stuff, like the murder outlines. Yeah. Heated, Mr. S says. A heated pillow on the couch. Pillow or cushion then? I'm not sure. Not for in bed, okay, on the couch, a cushion kind of thing, or for laying on the couch. I must admit, the houses and apartments I've had here in Spain over the last 9 years, well, from 9 years ago until 3 years ago, I did have a tendency of sleeping on the couch. Oh, not when I shared the apartment with the other bloke, with my friend. I had my own room there, but when he went to Peru for 2 months or whatever, I think I fell into the habit of sleeping on the couch even then. So yeah, I've just always been a fall asleep in front of the TV kind of guy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna switch to top chat and then back to live chat. I never did develop a script for introducing this properly. Like in a proper TrampCast, I do the whole hobo, vagrant, da. But then I have the thumbs up, please, and switch to all messages rather than top chat, or whatever the wording is. Live chat, all messages are visible rather than top chat. I didn't really get a spiel going for the Hangouts. No proper introduction. Might be why they haven't really grown. Without an intro, people might watch the first few minutes and not get what this is, or especially when you can't see any background. You don't know whether I'm inside, outside, or what. Is that the moon behind me? Okay. All right. The last few weeks I haven't seen the moon. It was kind of down over the horizon before nighttime came. It was already past. As a sign of nature is my favourite conspiracy theorist. As a fully fledged off-system sovereign Englishman, have you dumped their invites to their business arena? Business arena. Oh, there's Alan from Norfolk. Hello, Alan. Hello. Proper TrampCasts don't exist anymore. They're going to make a comeback, mate. They were supposed to come back this week, but then we had the flood. So they are. I have all the notes. I have a lot to make up, I know. I don't know how many weeks, 8, 9, 10, I don't know what it is, but I am well behind. But I have all the notes. I can reconstitute the thank yous by looking back at the not Skype. So somebody was talking about Skype earlier, and I had to tell them Skype doesn't exist anymore, it's gone. PayPal. Didn't PayPal and Skype used to be linked in some way? Weren't they both owned by eBay once upon a time? No, maybe not. It might have been. Skype was bought by Microsoft, and that was its obvious death knell at that point. It was ignored from then on. Didn't Microsoft buy Skype as well? And that was kind of the end of that. Something like that. Proper TrampCast. They will make a return though, Alan. Proper TrampCasts are coming back. You just got to bear with me a little bit. My legs are nearly healed. I'm going to start taking Tina out a bit more. Then I might feel a bit more chipper and not so negative. And we'll have a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, where I hammer out the TrampCasts that we're behind. Try and get back on top. Do you know these TrampCast Hangouts? I've stopped numbering because I've got no fucking idea. I've got to go back to the last one with a proper number and then work forwards and fill in the put put the number in the title and in the keywords and the hashtags and what have you. I just lost track. Whether that's laziness, whether that's general malaise, whether that's depression or not, I hesitate. I don't know. But I have to do something. I have to get back on top of that, because I actually enjoy the proper TrampCasts. They have a bit more structure than this. I know what I'm going to talk about. And I have lots of jumping off points and tangents to go from there. It doesn't rely as much on chats, kind of reciprocity, on chats, interaction. Although I do enjoy the chats when they happen. Also, because the proper ones happen at like 5 in the afternoon my time, it's probably a different audience. There are people who are regulars on the TrampCast propers who don't make it to these hangouts, and probably vice versa. Did you have a moped or car when you were younger? I'm not a drivist, so no cars. YML, UML, whichever way we decided to go. Rhymes with Gargamel from the Smurfs, but the beginning part is the part that gives me the problems. 3 a.m. because you're in. It's not India, it's not Pakistan, it's the next one. Bangladesh maybe? 3 a.m, yeah. TrampCast 80 was the last one, possibly. And what month, sorry, what dates did that cover? The week ending Sunday the what? Because that's the part that whenever I think about it, I never dig in and find the answer, so I don't know where to start. Because I've got to research the numbers and everything, and if you remember, when we did 80, I don't think I did the periodic table. We did the numbers section, but I don't think I included, because 79 was it gold or platinum? Fuck, I can't remember. Yeah, no, I got hung up there. What diverts you from your reality and grounds you towards sanity? I don't know. At the minute, it's YouTube. Oh, and I do download TV series as well. Although I fail. Here's the thing I've been doing this week, folks. I finally got my hard drive up and working. I've gone from having 300 gig, it's a 2 terabyte hard drive. I had 300 gigs in use. So 0.3 of a terabyte. I'm now using about 1.5. I've cleared off from my phone, tablet, a bunch of pen drives and things. I've tried to move everything across to the hard drive, because now I can. And what was weird, I've been saying like for a year or a year and a half, if I could borrow a laptop, plug the hard drive in, and the laptop would say, "Oh, error on drive. Do you want me to correct it?" And you would click yes, like rather than like reformat, which is what the phones and tablets were offering to do. But here's what actually happened when I plugged it in. It just worked. The computer just fixed it without asking. It just magicked that shit into being. And now I'm merrily swapping between pen drives and phones between pen drives and the hard drive plugged into my phone on an OTG adapter, an on-the-go adapter. Yeah, I've got everything almost moved over to the hard drive. Everything except the series that I'm halfway through watching. So I've still got War of the Worlds. I've still got person of interest because I only got to episode 11 or so of series 1, Jag Attack. Yeah, I'm still, I am returning back to that, but I've been mainly watching a TV series from the, I'm not sure if it was the 50s or the 60s, called The Loner, with Bridges, Lloyd Bridges, the older one, the father. There's Bo and what were the sons called? Bo Bridges and Jeff Bridges. Those are the sons, aren't they? But The Loner from, I guess, a 1960 something, early 60s maybe. Black and white cowboy series about a guy after the end of the Civil War in America who went west and gets caught up in lots of adventures. But really enjoying that. Oh, and I'm still watching Kenny Everett, the Kenny Everett video show. I'm about 2/3 of the way from through season 2. Have I said this already, folks? Tell me if I've said this one already. Hot gossip weren't. Skimpy outfits and raunchy dance moves, but the girls are all flat-chested and quite plain. They're not what 10-year-old me remembered. I remembered them as being really raunchy. Raunchy wasn't even a word back then. Didn't raunchy come in? Madonna was, the press invented raunchy when Madonna came out in about 84, 85. This Kenny Everett video show is from 1978. Also, what's he called? The Cockney in the leather, Sid Snot. In the first season, he used to catch the cigarettes all the time. And in the second season, or series we would say in the UK, they toned that down, such that later on, when he caught one, they acted like it was like a miracle and it had never happened before. In the first season, or first series, he used to catch them every fucking episode. But they watered that down and toned that down and then made out it was like a miracle that he actually caught one later on. It's quite funny. The week ending August 3rd. That's the last one we did, August the 3rd. September, October, so 2 months. I got 2 months to catch up, roughly 8 or 9 weeks, depending on how the numbers fall. But yeah, just going back to Sign of Nature, I don't think I've got a real name for you there, mate, but downloading TV programs, watching YouTube. I download films a little bit less often, but I do download them. I just have to have something occupying my mind. I'm not really, what the fuck's that? I'm not really comfortable with nothing going on. I can't really relax and have a blank mind. My head doesn't really work that way. And I've got a lot of time to kill. I mean, let's face it, I'm not allowed to work. I've got a dog who's paralyzed and who I can't leave on her own. Hey, it's okay. It's probably okay. Did you sound like somebody was moving around in the field? I just think it sounded like that. I don't think there is, sweetheart. You relax. You know, relax. So yeah, just keeping my mind occupied with TV, films, etc. And I'm so far behind in just watching these back. You know, I like to watch me. For some reason, I just haven't recently. I haven't been watching these back. I think part of it is if I go on to something like 4 hours, it's available immediately with chat replay, like within 5 or 10 minutes. If I stop after 2 hours, 2.5, maybe 3, I've got to wait 12 or 15 hours for YouTube to process the whole thing. That's my only really the main reason for watching them back is to catch the chat that I miss, because this jumps around so much. Usually not at the start, but later on. Because chat jumps around so much, I miss comments, and or sometimes somebody says something, excuse me. Maybe they recommend a film or a book or a YouTube channel or something, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll watch it back tomorrow and I'll make a note of that and go and have a look. I'm so far behind with all of that. But yeah, there's no point me watching it before chat replay is enabled. Defeats the whole purpose of watching it back. Really, is the chat replay. That and the fact that I like listening to my own voice, apparently. Okay, folks, if you haven't already, I would appreciate a thumbs up. I'll give you a few seconds, and I shall toast the people who have hit the thumbs up. I won't wait too long though, because dead air is a bit boring for everybody else. But I'll give you another 10 seconds if you haven't hit that thumbs up already. Hint, hint. Do not subscribe until you've seen 3, 4, maybe 5 of my videos. I'm not for everybody. And people who subscribe and then never watch another video, that harms the channel. And this is my lifeline to the world. Going back to Sign of Nature's question. Going back to Sign of Nature, I guess, what diverts you from reality? Doing this, documenting my life. A couple of people I've been talking to this week tell me I absolutely have to do a book. And it's been suggested in the past, before I started the YouTube channel. And I guess doing these will, or at least the proper TrampCast episodes, will act as a repository of information, like an online diary of what happened when. And I'll be able to draw, Tina, quiet. I should be able to draw themes and parallels and pull together some kind of, whether it's just a diary of a tramp or whether it's an like my autobiography. I don't know yet what the scope would be. I mean, would that be 2 separate books maybe? Go first with Diary of a Tramp. It's like Diary of a Nobody, but without the comedy. Do that, and then as a follow-up, do my early years, and then maybe one towards the end of my days of life post Trumphood. Trumphood, is that a word? It is now. I've made it up. Neologism alert. You got to enjoy a good neologism. So yeah, let me read forward what diverts you. So those are the things. Doing the TrampCasts help keep me sane. Watching YouTube, watching films, all entirely on the high seas. You know what I mean? It's. I'm a tramp. I haven't got money to be spending on fucking Netflix. And if I did get Netflix, I don't want the trans propaganda embedded in half of it, apparently, from what I've been watching today. Programs aimed at 7-year-olds, all about picking your pronouns and how you don't, being a boy or a girl doesn't fit. And so the week in the life up to August the 3rd, so 2 months ago today. You got one wish only, please share. Oh, there's an interesting one. Can I kind of put 2 things into one wish? Solve my Spanish documentation problem and end being a tramp, kind of getting back to normal life, but in Spain. That would be the ideal. I guess that's a compound wish. That probably breaks your rules. But a return to normality, but in Spain. I still have the issue of how would I make money while looking after an immobile dog. On the flip side, folks, while I think I mentioned the other day, I think we're in the end game on the doggy side of things. I think 6 months, maybe less. She's clearly in deterioration again. Hey babe, Daddy loves his girl. Keep you around as long as I can, as long as you're not in pain. But there's clear signs of deterioration again. Okay, let's not get too maudlin. Jim, hello, sir. I don't think I've seen you. I haven't seen your videos for a few days. Hello. Tina's lucky to have me. No, I'm lucky to have Tina, my friend. I'm lucky to have Tina. See, for the last month, she could have been going out and about in her chariot. But it's been a month now, hasn't it? My legs have been, I can't tell you how bad they've been. Every little scratch, every little wound, every blister that I had, all got infected to shit. They all ended up that big. And some of them were quite deep and quite weepy and pus-filled. So poor lass hasn't really been out far. We've carried on just using a belt under her waist, and I've been carrying her up and down while she does her ablutions, her doggy walkies. She hasn't really been in the chariot for, I think we had one little walk halfway through, so 2 weeks ago. But basically, since the big walk to the fish and chip shop, to Tweety's, a month. Is it 4 weeks today or 5? I lose track. But she's only been in a chariot once, and that's kind of my fault. I thought the human body was going to repair itself, but I didn't realize how pernicious those little flies were. Every little blister, scratch or cut that I had on my legs I'd look down and there'd be 10 or 15 flies eagerly doing their thing in the wound. And I had 8 or 10 on each leg. So I don't know that she's lucky to have me. I'm lucky to have her. She's, again, going back to the previous question, sign of nature, what keeps you grounded? What keeps you sane? Tina. I have had the occasional bad thought about ending things. One in particular springs to mind, but the thought of what becomes of Tina. It's okay, babe. It's okay. Hey, come back here. So yeah, having my Tina doggy darling it's a big thing. Did you sort the Google sign in? I can't remember. On the new tablet, on one of the tablets, no, not yet. Because I mean I don't need to. I've already got. I've got the old tablet that I was using for ages. That was only good for YouTube. I got the new tablet that Karen gave me, and the one from Josie. It logs in. Google give me alerts on another device and say, hey, you've logged in. It's the device itself that says, hey, we're stopping this login because you changed the password recently. So doing like a factory reset and a change of password at approximately the same time somehow screwed it up. And the idea of trying to contact Google to try and resolve a login issue. Well, get a human on the end of the line with Google. So now I get these alerts saying, hey, a device logged in successfully, but the tablet rejects it after it's successfully logged in. So that's awkward. It'll get there one day, folks. It'll get there one day. I'm doing all right at the minute. Like I said, I got something up and running, and I got my hard drive working. The next step tomorrow is I'm going to format a pen drive and make it bootable, and do a full Windows install on another device that's been giving me trouble. I kind of got devices piling up at the minute a little bit. It's a good thing. I had to be careful during the storm and make sure everything was up and off the ground. Like well off the ground. If you know the story about the first flood that happened on my first day in this field, everything I owned that was electronic was ruined. 3 years ago next week, this day next week, isn't it? So I'll be doing a live stream that night, won't I? On the 10th. I might even do one on the Thursday. I might do one into the beginning of that day. Maybe. Don't know. We'll have to see how that pans out. I was gonna do an early morning, either a live stream or a video of sunrise on October the 1st. I set an alarm. I got out of bed. I looked out of the tent, and you know how it gets light a little bit before sunrise. You get the dawn kind of period. It was pure cloud. It was heavy, dense cloud on the horizon. There was no way it was going to be suitable for watching any kind of sunrise. So that got called off. That would have been nice. That would have been a good one to do. No, so I haven't sorted out the Google sign-in on that one particular machine yet, no. Jim's been uploading in 1080 instead of 4K, just so you don't have such a long time to wait for videos to upload. Yeah, and in truth, how many people are watching in 4K? I don't think it's very many. My last video, the one after the storm, I had to step down to 720. I didn't have enough storage space on the phone. If I wanted to do 1080, it was going to be the final video was going to be 5 gig, but you need the same space again as a working directory. It gets created in one place and then copied across to another. So you need twice as much space as the final file size with the software I use. Software called Youcut. Youcut. It's the only free video software I've found that doesn't put any kind of limits or any kind of watermark on your final output. It's been great. But yeah, having to have 10 gig free on the phone, I couldn't do it. So I had to step down. The final output was 2.5 gig, but it needed 5 gig of space to do its thing. The working space and then the final output. Yeah, I don't know what I haven't seen stats on how people watch stuff. I mean, if people are doing mobile, then even 1080 seems like overkill. Mobiles or tablets. Don't know. Let me just work back. It's jumped on me. Terry says if I lived there I would walk her for you every day. That'd be lovely, mate. Tablet light so you can put your SIM in it. It does take a SIM card. Yeah, is it an A9? Samsung Galaxy Tab A9. The brand extension, I'm not sure how it all works. Sign of Nature says Merry Christmas. Tommy Tombstone says good tidings. You're the best ever EcoFlow advert. I tried, but I didn't get anywhere with them. Where can we pre-order this book? That would be nice, wouldn't it? It's gonna Meta, the lady I was talking with yesterday, she was saying I should be planning the outline already. I should get the outline done, but then she says I should hand it to a ghostwriter to write the actual thing. But that always feels dishonest to me. I like like an autobiography where you get a real sense that the guy himself is talking to you. I would offer examples such as Ben Franklin's, the first half of Ben Franklin's autobiography. You really get a sense that the man himself is talking, because he wrote that, he didn't write that for publication. It was kind of a set of notes for his son. So he could tell his son how life used to be and give him some guiding principles and some ideas of how to live as a virtuous man. That was the first half of Ben Franklin's autobiography. Second half, not the same. He was an old man post the War of Independence, the Revolutionary War, and war changes people. So yeah, but that was a good one. I enjoyed Rod Stewart's autobiography. I really felt he was there. Now, he might have written out a rough draft and then had a ghostwriter go over it, but I get a sense that after the ghostwriter's done, I get a sense that he's come back in and kind of made the words his own again. And Eric Clapton, that one was a little more, what's the word? It's a good autobiography, but more than likely ghostwritten, and it lost a little bit of the edge that it would have if it was truly written by him. And then Stephen Fry. One of Stephen Fry's 7 or 8 autobiographies was excellent because it definitely was him. No ifs, buts, or maybes. It just was. But an autobiography in kind of 7 books that's too much. I don't know. One I would love to read, and I don't know if he ever did one, Brian Blessed. He had a life. Is he still with us, or has he died? I'm not sure. Is Jackie Jack still there? Well, maybe I could do this myself, can't I? Don't be lazy. Is Brian Blessed still with us? This is a guy who was climbing Everest and stopped to help somebody else, and therefore will never successfully climb Everest now. Gave up his dream to help others. Is an English actor, so he's still alive. 88 years old. When he was a schoolboy, he met royalty. He was chosen, it wasn't Salvador Dali, was it Picasso? Picasso came to Britain and he drew something on a napkin for Brian Blessed. Something like that. There's a story like that, and I don't think he kept it. I think it got like thrown away or something. So he's had quite the life when you look at it all. I've missed the chance there, didn't I? I could have done Blessed Alive. I missed the chance. I should have done that earlier. Brian Blessed, what a guy. Where can we order this pre-book? Nowhere yet. You'll have to keep watching. Tablet light so you can put your SIM in it. If I lived there, I would walk her for you. Okay, I saw that, Terry. Cheers. Sell superfluous tech at the Chino. I don't know that anything I've got superfluous. Quite a bit is like older. Yeah, I don't know. You got to remember, people aren't, well, other than Karen, people don't go around donating brand new electronics. It's the cast-offs, it's older stuff, it's slower stuff, generally. Yeah, Josie might not know the original email, Jack Attack, because some of this stuff is her grandson's, and he guessed some passwords for me for another device, and his 3 guesses were wrong. His 3 guesses at his own password. Sign of Nature says, what's Christmas Day look like, Mike? That's an interesting question. Last year I was juggling pans and everything, trying to make Christmas dinner for 2. Didn't go particularly well because lots of pans and only 1 gas ring. Josie thought she had a 3-ring stove that would have fit on the same gas bottle, but when she went to look for it, it wasn't there, so that they've either given it away or thrown it away. If I'd had that, a 2 or 3 ring gas stove, especially if there were smaller rings, because this ring is bigger than any pan I have, apart from maybe one of the frying pans. If I had a couple of rings, I could knock up a fairly good Christmas dinner, and it would be on the 24th and the 25th, because that was a tradition I had back home after being on holiday abroad, where they did things on the 24th, and then obviously being in Spain, where they do their big Christmas meal is the evening of the 24th. I would tend to cook twice as much as I need for however many people, and the next day just have to warm up a plate of food. My only way of warming it up would be just to dump it in a frying pan and just maybe put another frying pan over the top and just get the whole just get everything hot again. I could always cook things like carrots and potatoes and cook a second batch, but I prefer not to on the day itself, on the 25th. Yeah, no, it's kind of a lonely time. It's kind of, well, it starts on the wrong foot as well, because in the hour or 2 before midnight, the Spanish all start setting off their fireworks. At midnight, you get a big fireworks display like everywhere. And of course, my dog hates fireworks and loud bangs of any type. So I like that first winter in this field, I got a head under the covers and pulled the bedding over and pulled a tarp over the top, and we just lay hiding from the fireworks, and me cuddling her to stop her from shaking to death, shaking too much. She didn't. I don't think she really realised I was there and calming her. I was just holding on to her. She was just shaking so much and drooling, breathing hard and drooling. And that was in a single bed. Me and my doggy. If anybody had seen me and a dog in bed and all that movement under the covers, I could have got arrested maybe. It would have looked really bad. But yeah, it's a day we spend on our own. Last year we had the Spanish bloke here last year. But yeah, it centers around cooking the food, getting a meal ready, and then just doing quiet Christmas stuff. Download all the obvious Christmas films. It's a Wonderful Life, Scrooge, or whatever its proper name is. With Jacob Marley, what's it called? My brain is fucked. What's the proper name of the book? Scrooge. Somebody will have answered me by now. Tina Earmuff. Somebody suggested that once upon a time. I had one of those neck things that I can never remember the name of. Neck gaiter, some call them. It's a scarf that's tied off, that's sewed, stitched. So I had one of those, and I'd double it and put it over her ears. She'd always wriggle out of it. Hello, Joanne. Joanne says, oh, poor Tina, I hate fireworks as well. It's jumped to the bottom. It's jumped to the bottom. Is that Mr. S going? I'm working backwards now from the bottom. Cheers, Jack Attack Delta Mike, everyone else. Okay, Mr. S. I'm off for the evening. Thanks for the stream, everyone. Okay, mate. Enjoy your evening. 88 years, yeah, Brian Blessed, yeah. Lord Gilmore, 1960 letter being declassified. I've no idea who or what a Lord Gilmour is. Tweeties was August the 31st. So it's a month and a few days. Probably 5 weeks, yeah? Because that was a Friday. Oh, hold on. Yeah, we've got the whole of September, haven't we? And then a few days. Money never sleeps, light blazing away. Oh, I got a Christmas tree, haven't I? My friend Karen gave me a, what's the word? Fibre optic Christmas tree. It's in the tent somewhere, I think. I'm fairly sure it made the move across. I've got that. I had coloured fairy lights as well, solar powered, but they've all packed in one way or another. Some fell apart, some just stopped charging. Maybe I can swap out the rechargeable. I think it's just a rechargeable double A. Yeah, the bigger one, the double A. I don't think it was a 18650. You see, I remembered that nowadays. I learned 1865 and just had a note on the end when we were talking about the Civil War one day. 18650, those are the big cells, aren't they? I remember. Evening, Mike. How's the weather over there with the storms? The storms were just one night. Been sunny again ever since. Oh, mainly. A little bit of cloud some days, but yeah. You're aware it's October the 3rd, yeah. I got an inkling of the date. I hear 4K thrown around plenty, don't know what it even means. Okay. So 1080p is the step down, I guess, which was called HD, wasn't it? 720 was called HD Ready and was a fudge. It's the number of pixels in. So you got a rectangle and it's the number of dots across by down, and the 1080 was. Oh God, was it the vertical or the horizontal? I think the 1080 was the vertical and a bigger number going across. Could be wrong on that. I might have that wrong way around. 4K is 4,000 dots instead of 1,000. Don't know horizontal versus vertical. Not sure which way around there. Jack Attack's more technical than me. He'll have the answer. Oh, I'm back to what's Christmas Day look like. Oh, that was the thing. A couple of days before Christmas Day, a friend took me to the supermarket. That's the last time I was at the supermarket. Something like December the 22nd or December the 23rd. And I had to buy the things that I'd not bought already. So I had to get a little bit of turkey. I had to get some Brussels sprouts and I had to get some parsnips. Those were my priorities. Those were the things that were missing at the time. I'd been shopping a few days before that while a friend looked after Tina. But the supermarket I went to, Mercadona, didn't have parsnips, didn't have any turkey that wasn't. I didn't want a full turkey because I haven't got an oven. Cooking a full turkey in a frying pan's not going to work, even if you do the spatchcock thing. I should have muted that. Sorry, folks. Before we start, I should have muted that. Can I mute that while we're on? It's going to be dangerous. If I lose you, or if you lose me, I'll come back if I can. Where would I go? I think I have to do it before I... Yeah, I know, Tina. Something moved in the field. Yeah, I know. Rabbits or rats or mice. I don't know. Tina, it's okay. It's a big field. There's room for us and the odd animal. Could have been a cat. Could have been anything. Didn't see it. Don't know. Don't know, folks. Sorry, I was off on one trying to silence the system sounds, but I failed. Lights blazing away. Yeah. Lord Gilmer. I'll look that up. I don't know. Here we go. I'm catching back up now. Tina Amos, A Christmas Carol. Of course it is. Dickens, Christmas Carol. Fuck, I'm an idiot sometimes. Home Alone's a good Christmas film. Die Hard is a classic Christmas film. There's one that's going to cause arguments. Die Hard 1 and 2 are definitely Christmas films. I don't care what anybody says. There's lots of snow on the ground. You got the audio at the end. You have, haven't you? Hold on, let me see. Oh, I can't see a thing because that's too bright. Can I see the back end? Come here, darling. Come here a little bit. Just move a little bit this way. No, maybe not. Sorry, darling. You must have just farted. I don't know. What else? Christmas films. It's a wonder. I love to go to black and white films once it's Christmas. For some reason, this is possibly a strange one. Groundhog Day, I see as a Christmas film. Again, probably just the snow and the wintry theme, even though it's set in, is it the middle of February? I don't know when Groundhog Day is because it's not a thing. But yeah, other Christmas films. Oh, I'll end up taking in some kind of classic, Christmassy, a proper, Birth of Jesus or something, or like a Spartacus or a, something. Also, there's always a James Bond. You got to have a James Bond season at Christmas. And this is probably just me, Elvis films. I'm a sucker for an Elvis film, even though they're terrible. Most of them. Viva Las Vegas is good. But most of them are fairly bad, but I love them. I don't know. I also watched quite a few of those Hallmark trashy kind of love films, the girl's looking for the love of her life and she meets the handsome stranger and he happens to turn out to be her boss or something. I'm a sucker for smoochy films. So the 4K is the width, not the height. Okay. Oh, but 1080. Hold on. Why do we do that then? 1080p, 1080 is the height. But 4K, it's the width. Fuck. See, no wonder I get confused and can't remember shit. They keep changing shit. 20 meters per second. Yeah, how do we convert meters per second into kilometers per hour? There's something like you multiply by 4 and you drop you either multiply or divide by 4 and you drop the kilo. I don't know. 20 meters per second, 3,600 seconds. Oh, somebody do the maths for me. Somebody convert that into a number I can make sense of. 20 meters per second. 7,200, 72,000 meters, 72 kilometers per hour. What? Did I get something wrong there? I read that as 72 kilometers an hour. Unless I'm silly and I'm off by a factor of 10 with my multiplication, but I don't think I was. 20 times 3,600. So 10 times is... Well, let's do the double. Oh, yeah, let's do the double first. 3,600 comes out as 7,200. Then multiply by the 10. 72,000 meters an hour. 72 kilometers per hour. That's crazy. My maths must be wrong. You're still in Norway at the minute, Tombstone, yeah? Could be a homosexual. What could be? Hold on. The green. Oh, the Grinch. I never. I think I was too old by the time that came out. I'm lost on the homosexual thing. Oh, in the field. You think it's one of my gay friends running around about to drop his pants and ask, "Sexo, sexo." Would that be the 7th or the 8th? Illegal suitcases coming ashore. Okay. Jack attack, jam-tarted. She moved upwind. Yeah, okay, when Tina farted, yeah, maybe. Elvis films can't go wrong. There's just something about them. There's a romance element, and that whole musical thing of guys just walking along and suddenly everyone bursts into song and dance. It's a bit like I will watch what's the Cliff Richard one? Summer Holiday. Or The Young Ones. Not the comedy, the original film from back in the 60s. I don't know. I watched some rubbish. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. I've probably caught that halfway through. Okay, Jack attack goes for miles per hour, 72 kilometers per hour. Yeah, I did. That was what I came out with. It sounded wrong. My tent would not survive that. Heavy wind anyway. Neighbour's yard furniture flying around, says Tommy Tombstone. Yeah, you use meters per second. Yeah, and I did once learn how to convert. There's an easy. If you divide by 4, is it divide or multiply? Divide by 4, lose the thousands, and then knock off 10%. Will get you like a 360, a 3,600 rather than 4. Yeah, I don't know. Something like that as a conversion. Homosexual moving in the field. Yeah, I got there in the end, mate. Yeah. Planning to be in Britain that on November the 1st. Oh yeah, you're is it a festival that you're going to? Festival or a concert, something like that. Oh, it was a rave, wasn't it? It's a rave. They're having the same storm in the UK, Finland and Poland. I don't know. Multiply the speed value by 3.6. Yeah, but multiplying by 3.6 is difficult. Multiply by 4 and then knock 10% off. That's the way you multiply by 3.6, folks. Take it from a mathematician. Well, I won't call myself a mathematician, but kind of, sort of. Kind of, sort of. Okay, folks, you've gone quiet on me. We've almost got as many thumbs up as we've got people here right now, but I'm sure because of the way the audience cycles in and out, I'm sure there's somebody out there that hasn't hit that button yet. There's probably people out there who have dropped in and are lurking and are wondering, what is this all about? Chat with a tramp. What tramp? Where tramp? Why tramp? I'm the tramp, folks. Can't you tell the big bushy white beard? I'm a homeless Englishman in a place called Torrevieja on the southeast coast of Spain. Not going to go into all the details here, but if you want to know the who, how, when, where, whys, do a search for TrampCast space 001. Blowing a hoolie here, says Jack Attack, in his Scottish vernacular. No idea what a hoolie is. Remind me, Joanne, are you in Scotland as well, or am I misremembering? I get confused. There was somebody in Preston and there's someone in Scotland, and I lose track of who's who because my memory's terrible. Well, you've seen me talk. You know my memory's terrible. I can never remember the right words at the right time. Blowing a hoolie is a distinctly Scottish phrase meaning it's very windy. I got that from the blowing. Oh, Joanne's in Glasgow as well. Okay, Jack Attack, Glasgow. Yeah. Big Clive, when he's in Scotland, is in Glasgow, except for when he's working on the tattoo in Edinburgh. Meaning it's very windy or there's a strong gale force wind. Okay, I got it from the context, the blowing out and whatever, just gives it away. I am, folks. I'm just, if you would have just, I'm not going anywhere, but just excuse me for a moment. I am just the wrong side of comfortable. I'll have a look in a moment at what the temperature is. It's probably like 23 fucking degrees, which, if it was 23 degrees in the UK, you'd be down to a t-shirt and in shorts and stuff, and here I am feeling cold. Where's the fucking, are you the label? You're the label. It's the right way out. I feel cold when it gets down to this, because we've had such a long hot summer, and it has been long and it has been hot. Over 100 of these tropical nights. We've still not, as far as I know, since they started, I think it's been a consecutive run in Torrevieja. I don't think it's fallen below 20 degrees. It's fallen to 20, but I do not think it's fallen below 20 at any point since fucking May. Sorry. Everything's wet, everything's damp because we're about the dew point. Let me minimize Brian Blessed. 23 degrees says the Google weather gizmotron. Does it say a dew point on here? Humidity low. Hold on, what's that? UV low. Dew point 19 degrees. Then why is everything wet already? It feels muggy according to the weather forecast thing here. The dew point's 19, but we're on 23, so we shouldn't have dew, and yet everything's wet through. Dew happens when you get to roughly 100% humidity, when the air can't hold the moisture for the temperature that you're at. True Brit, a jumper, yeah, you know. Or a sweater if you're not British. Most countries don't know what a jumper is, apparently. I learnt watching these US-UK comparison words. It's funny the words they use differently. Like vest, that's a waistcoat. What we would call a vest, the undergarment with no sleeves and just a thin strap over the shoulder, they call a wife beater. Fuck. They're separated by a common language. Let's have a look. I think scrolling back in case I've missed anything, but no, I think you've just all just gone quiet on me. I'll go top chat and live chat because sometimes it just freeze. But no, it hasn't. I'm at the bottom. I'm pollock. Is that not a fish? Pollock's a fish, yeah? I'm guessing it's an area of Glasgow. Or surround. Hold on, let me get the last bit. Waste not, want not. I don't have a bin at the minute. Oh, I do, but it's full. I need another bin. Pick that up in the morning. Oh! Hold on. I picked one beer up and I knocked another over. We're an hour and 40 in, folks, and I'm just finishing my first beer. That's what I call taking it steady. Do you know what? I haven't checked whether she finished her food. Sometimes she doesn't finish it. Let me just have a second, folks. Oh yeah, all gone. You're right over there, babe. Where are you going now? Hold on. Stay here. You're not tied up, but don't be running away. Don't be running away. Sorry, guys. Dog. Beer count. I've got 3. Well, I had 3 here, and one is now empty. So, we're all right. We're all right for now. There's more. There is more. I have had a supply. The last couple of days, people have been very generous. They brought cold beer and bottles of ice to keep it cold, and who did I say earlier? I gotta be careful what I say here. But yeah, somebody brought me a cool box that someone else was throwing away that had been left by the bins. They do this great thing in Spain, communal bins. You don't have your own. You don't each put your own wheelie bin out or anything. You take your bags of rubbish to the bins every day. But if you've got something that you think other people might make use of, you just put them next to the bin, or on top of the bin, or hanging from a handle on the side of the bin, and then other people can take them. Attack walker needed. Okay, how's Tina getting used to a walker? She's not, because I've had bad legs. I had a lot of blisters which attracted flies, and then every other scratch and cut I had got infected. I've kind of been not exactly immobile, but when you've got an infected cut or whatever, right on the crease of between your calf and your foot, right on the ankle, even when that dries out, the movement, the skin cracks and weeps and pus weeps out and blood and crap. So I've been not immobile, but I've been low traveling the last month, and which means Tina hasn't had much use of her walker. Put her in it once and had a short walk just to remind her of what it's like. But we haven't been anywhere because I couldn't walk anywhere. That was all from the Tweetis trip. I did enjoy that day. I loved that day. But I didn't realise, while I was walking, I felt the shoes pinching a little bit, and I knew it was rubbing. I knew I was going to have a few blisters. I didn't know that I'd have like a volcano in one of my toes, where I've got a blister and the top's come off, and I've carried on rubbing it, and I've made another blister within the blister, top's come off, and then I've made another blister with... I got 3 levels deep of concentric circles. It's... what's the place that they think might have been Atlantis? It's like a volcano caldera. See, I can't remember words sometimes, but it's like concentric circles. I can't remember the name of the place. It's somewhere near Greece. I don't know if it's in Greece. And I almost had it there. I had a hint of it in my head and I didn't get there. Maybe someone else can get me there. Okay, you weren't saying attack. Okay, attack. Yeah, okay, I'm with you. Swimming had the wave machine. Okay. Yeah, no, I knew you were talking about your Pollock was aimed at. That's why I figured it was an area of Glasgow. No worries. You feel free to talk to each other. No worries. Where have you gone? Where the hell are you? Let me see if I can introduce you to my girl. For anyone who's arrived late and didn't see her earlier, YouTube have moved the light thing further down. What are you chewing on? You're chewing on the tree. Why? Tina, stop it. What are we doing? Why are we over there and under the bush? That's where she goes through the day to get out of the sun. And she's kind of hollowed out a space and she's bitten the branches off to make room for herself. But there's plenty of room there now, so I don't know why she's chewing on it. And I don't know why she's trying to get under there at night. It's not like there's any sun to do its thing. Hey babe, come here. Come on. Here's my girl. Come on. Yeah, bum shuffle over here. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Chin tickle. Chin tickle. Come on. You're not going to, are you? If I had treats, you'd come here, but I haven't got any with me. I forgot. We were in a rush, folks. We were in a rush to get it here. Something approximating on time. I know I was a minute or so late. A minute or two late. Always in a rush. But normally I would have like a pocket full of treats and she'd come to me, but I didn't pick any up. She's had too many treats the last few days anyway. Hold on, let me... Cauldron. No, I went for caldera was the right word, for the remnants. After a volcano has kind of erupted and exploded. Well, no, the caldera is the mouth of a volcano. So, very sore, this is Joanne. Very sore. What I find is put cream on feet, put sandwich plastic, put cling film around kind of thing. Then socks over. Yeah, cling film would have been good, I just don't have any. What I find is the one on my ankle has been the slowest to heal because every time it starts to get a scab, every time it starts to dry out, it sticks to the sock. You ease the sock off and you pull the scab off and open it back up again. So it's getting there now. It's starting to shrink and weep a lot less. But every now and again, it's still, because I haven't got plastic wrap, I haven't got plasters, or band-aids if you're American. Band-aid. That was a Bob Geldof inspired pop group before Live Aid. If you're British. Feed the world. Let them know it's Christmas time. They go off, they know. Hold on, I've lost context. What goes off and knows? Sometimes I get totally baffled by comments because my headspace is in one comment and bless her, when you speak Spanish reminds me of my Yang. I adopted years ago from Spain, and all I knew was hola, and she'd turn and look. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've got very limited Spanish. I read it better than I speak it. I speak it better than I hear it. But it's all pretty miserable. I did the Duolingo thing. I've got quite the extensive vocabulary. But if you've seen me and my memory while I'm trying to talk and remember the correct words in fucking English, in Spanish, I'm just too slow. Someone says something to me, it takes me so long to compute what they've said and then to construct what they would call a phrase. So to construct a sentence and answer, I tend to go with a small collection of pre-rehearsed phrases rather than actually answering proper questions. As soon as I get that feeling that I've got no idea what's happening, it's kind of lo siento, para mí español es muy difícil. And that's, that's my standard fucking response. I'm sorry, for me Spanish is difficult, or very difficult. It covers 1,000 situations, that one. Usually they'll reply, English? Yeah, English. Oh, hello. and away you go. They're more keen to practice their English than to hear my pidgin Spanish. How much does it cost for the moon effect? Yeah. Does anyone remember the guy who accused me, who said it was all AI when I did a TrampCast in an afternoon? And he said he's been to this field and there was nothing here. And everything that you were seeing on the camera was AI. I think what he'd done, I think he'd gone to Google Maps and what's it called, the one where you walk around, Street View. And if you go to Street View, from the main road, you see the tent. If you come down this road, the last time the Google driver came down this road, the field was empty. And I think that's what the guy's done. He's on Google Street View, he's come down this road and looked on Street View and the field's empty because the pictures are from 4 or 5 years ago, once you come on the little track here. But from the main road, I'm there. I'm listed on Google. If you do a Google search, Delta Mike Torrevieja is 3 separate words, I think. It will drop you right on this spot. That was Donegal over landing. A guy called Richard. Put me on Google Maps. I think so the police could find me. But that's all you need. You might you maybe have to be in the area. I'm not sure how zoned in that would be. I'm not sure if you could just open the map in the UK and type Delta space Mike space Torrevieja. Don't know if that lands you on me, or if you have to be in the vicinity somewhere close by already. Not sure. I'm not sure on the resolution of that but it's quite funny to me that some people they'll find me and say hello, and I've been looking for you for months, and it's like, you could always have emailed me. My email's in the description of every video. I think too many people don't know how to use YouTube. They don't know how to get to the description, especially because you have to do more and more. You have to click more at least twice, maybe even 3 times to get the full thing. So some people just, I guess you never get trained in how to use these things, do you? You're just expected to pick it up, and if you don't, now Sign of Nature is just typing random letters. Institutum. In situ. In situ. Okay, I get you. In situ, Mike. Yeah. But yeah, the moon effect's it is just on the top of the screen there, isn't it? On the top of the picture. Yeah, that's all right. We dropped lucky with that. How close to full are we? Maybe another 3 or 4 days. It's getting there. It's getting there. Is Jackie Tech around? He can fact check when the actual full moon is. I'm being lazy. I got my tablet. I'm just used to not having a tablet when it comes to going live and talking. If I just type next full moon, I'm sure it's about 4 days away. What does it matter what country you type, you dickhead? That's the same. Like, it's going to be different. Tuesday, October 7th. How far away is that? We're on Friday, aren't we? Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Oh, 5:47 a.m. The Hunter's Moon. Yeah, okay. I gotta be careful with the damp out here, folks. I'm really surprised how wet it is. Considering that we're like 4 or 5 degrees above the dew point. Why is everything wet? You're saying, okay, so picking a different day, a different country maybe, changes it slightly. When did I say? Tuesday morning for me, wasn't it? Tuesday, 5 o'clock in the morning. Star of Bethlehem. You gotta get a bit closer with your typing. Are we back? Apparently I was gone for 0.2 of a second. Jackatek's gonna claim. I got no idea whether the stats for nerds tells you the exact duration of outages like that. Keith Mark, hello Keith. 0.16 says Jack Attack. He makes this shit up. I'm sure that's not in the stats for nerds. He does just make this shit up. I think he's got a random number generator back there somewhere. Hello Keith, I was saying, wasn't I? Hello. I've got no idea what we've been talking about, folks. We're coming up on 2 hours and I had no plans. I got no topics. I don't know. Ocean air is moisture saturated. Yeah, so the humidity should be higher than it says it is, and then the dew point would be higher if it was more saturated. Dew would fall as soon as you get somewhere around 100% humidity. Then the air can't hold the moisture, and that's when the dew forms. The dew's here, but the humidity apparently isn't that high. Allegedly, according to the forecast apps, the weather apps, humidity isn't that high. And humidity is always relative. It's always relative to the temperature that you're at. It's how much water can the air at this temperature hold, and how close are you to the maximum. And the dew point is when you are at the maximum, when the air contains all the moisture it can hold, and then the temperature drops another degree, and the air can't hold that moisture anymore, so it deposits it out as dew. We've got a mismatch between what the weather app says and what I'm seeing in front of me. And I don't really like having electronics out with moisture gathering on them and in them. This chat is too logical. I'll have to go back to Linda Lusardi, Samantha Fox. Suzanne Mitzi was the one that we arrived at the other day, wasn't it? The other Maria Whitaker, Suzanne Mitzi. There's the one Dawn something Mackenzie, maybe. Although I think she might have ended up more as a porn star in the end. Don't know. I got asked once, who's your favourite porn star? And I was like, I couldn't name a fucking single one. I only spend about 5 minutes with them, you know what I mean? You got something to crack on with, and then they're gone and you never see them again. I couldn't name a fucking porn star. Who are these weirdos that have got like favourite porn stars that they revisit type? No. That's not how the hub works. Oh, here we go. Suzanne Missy died. Yeah, I think I heard that last time around. We had that last time around, yeah. That was a shock to me. Did we find out the who, how, what, when, where, why? Was it like self-inflicted? Was it cancer? Was it depression and, you know, like, well, self-inflicted I already said, didn't I? I don't know. I'm guessing that lifestyle can lead you into areas that where you're manipulated by other people, and then you've got the whole drug thing going on. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what happened to her. Maybe we discussed it last time, and I just don't remember. It's sad. She was a very pretty lady, very pretty young lady. She was certainly younger than me by some margin. Cancer. Oh, it's a shock. Now, Sign of Nature says, hold on. Sign of Nature, are you deliberately speaking Latin or has your keyboard gone fucked up? Jus in rem, nota quasim persona. I gotta guess that that's full of typos or something. Either that or you're talking to me in ancient fucking Greek or something. She was diagnosed with ovarian cancer, 2010, age 43. St. Joseph Hospice, Hackney, East London. That's sad. When did we say? 2011. That's quite a while ago as well, isn't it? What's that? 14 years ago. 14 and a half years ago. Age 43. Would have made her 57 now, which is like, so my age. Am I 57 yet? Hold on. No. Not for another month. So she was my age. Really? That surprises me. I don't know. That surprises me. Don't know, folks. That's a little bit of a shock. I thought she was, because I was the Sam Fox, Linda Lusardi kind of generation. Then Maria Whittaker came after, and then I thought Suzanne Mitzi was after that. So I thought she was, now I know I'm talking about generations of page 3 girls, and a generation's probably only really, what, 3, 4, 5 years? Yeah, I don't know. That's a little bit of a shock, and that's unfortunate. A lot like, you remember the singers Mel and Kim? And one of those got breast they did page 3, didn't they, as well as being singers. And one of them got breast cancer and died. She made her page 3 debut in '84, age 17. So I was like 16 in '84, was I? So yeah, they're just slightly older than me. We stopped counting birthdays after 21, yeah. But us blokes never stopped looking at naked ladies. Tina, quiet. Tina! Silencio! Basta! No. This way. Leave the nice people alone. Hey, Tina girl. I didn't look. Tina, quiet. Tina! Fuck's sake! Come here. Now. Come on. Come to me. Come on. Good girl. Jesus Christ. When I say stop, you got to stop. Just a person walking past. No problem. No hay problema para ti. No hay problema. Sorry, folks. It probably got I hope no one's wearing headphones or earphones. It probably got a little bit loud there for a second. I do apologise. But dog, you know? What can you do? She's protecting me, but... Oh, here we go. Sign of nature. Your age is wrong. There's 13 months in an Earth year. 13 4-week months if you're going to go that route, yeah. 4 times 13, 52. Except... No. Lol, boobies. Yeah, you know, guys, it's how we are. We're very... we're visual creatures and we're simple. We... I was watching a video earlier where this woman, she was complaining that they were driving along. She was driving and the bloke's just in the passenger seat because she gets travel sick if she's not the one in charge of the vehicle. And she was like, she asked her husband, he's just staring out of the window. And as far as she can tell, staring at nothing. And she asks, penny for your thoughts kind of thing. What are you thinking about? And he's like, nothing. And turns out, just every woman in every car going the other way. he's just sizing them up for how attractive they are, and yeah, the amount of boobage. So yeah, blokes, we're kind of like that. That I mentioned in a previous TrampCast about somebody had plans of linking with these brain implants that you can get of linking husband and wife together so that they can communicate instantly and read each other's minds. Ladies, you do not want to know the thoughts that go through a man's mind. Just walking down the street, somebody with big boobs walks the other way, or long blonde hair, or long dark hair, if that's whatever they're into. You don't want to know what they're thinking, because we're all a bunch of creeps. The X-rated videos that play in our minds in those milliseconds while we're just walking along, you don't want to know. Tina is indeed protecting me. Yeah, that's why she barks at buses and things up on the main road. Any bus or lorry or digger, there are various backhoes and yeah, we'll put them under the kind of tractors and diggers and bulldozers that they use for scooping the sand. When we have these big storms, all of the beaches in Torrevieja are false. There's not a genuine beach here. When it rains and all the water gets channeled towards the sea, they throw millions and billions of gallons away every time it rains, because they don't put proper drainage in the roads and channel it all off to some reservoir system or whatever. They just get rid of it to the sea, but it washes the beach away every time it happens. And so then the days after the storm, they have to get the diggers, the bulldozers, the backhoes, and dredge it back from as far as the machine can go out into the sea, and they have to drag sand back out of the sea and put back on the beach. It's never enough, and so they always go and ask for somewhere between 5 and 50 million every year to rebuild the beaches, so that the local council will ask for these millions of euros from central government, because it's essential for the economy to have the beach. And you'd think that after 10 or 20 or 30 years of spending millions on new sand, someone would just put a fucking drain under the roads and collect the water somewhere. It seems to be beyond them. The roads literally don't have drains. The only ones that do, it's a storm drain that just channels the water to the sea, usually on a big hill. What can you do? They just can't be bothered to build things properly and to put infrastructure in place. On the flip side, if there was a drain there, it would go 9 months of the year unused. probably gathering dust and grass and twigs and branches. I don't know. And then when the rains do come, probably get clogged by all the detritus in the channels. I'm not sure. Maybe they have some logic or reason. Maybe they've tried it and it didn't work. I don't know. It just seems to me, we used to be astounded in the 90s when me and my wife and the in-laws came out here. We'd be astounded at how quickly roads got built. Whereas in the UK, it's like, I don't know, it's like a mile of road per month or something. These guys were throwing down fucking 20 or 50 times more. But it's because they didn't do any of the underlying work. They're building on rock, so that they're not leveling off in the same way and building the different layers and putting in drains and a camber on the road to direct the water off to the drains. They got none of that. They're just flat roads that are just thrown up as quick and cheap, and we'll deal with the water when it comes on those 10 or 20 days of the year when it comes. It's interesting. It's different philosophy. I'm not sure it's the right philosophy, but what do I know? I'm just a tramp in a field. Best alarm system, she is, yeah. There's Jag Attack with the boobs, just like on Scruff's channel, yeah. A genuine beach, never heard of that. What, where sand actually sits and stays and the tide and the water bring in the sand. That happens. That's real. But here they're all fake. They ship the sand in and it washes out. They try and scrape it back, but then they have to top it up every year. Black Beach in Lanzarote. Yeah, you get some, it's usually I think it's volcanic, isn't it, when you get the black? Quite sharp on the feet, if it's what I'm thinking of. Almost, what do you call the glass that you get from it's a natural form of glass, like from thunder and lightning or from volcanoes. It's got V's or Z's in the word. It's not going to come, is it? It's not going to come. I know a posh word, and I can't get to it. Where's my tablet? I keep putting shit far away. Somebody got there before me. Here we go. I'm just going to type black volcanic glass. Will I get the word before Google does? I don't think so. It's definitely Obsidian. I told you it had V's and Z's in it. What a dickhead. Obsidian. Obsidian is a naturally occurring volcanic glass formed when lava extruded from a volcano cools rapidly with minimal crystal growth. It's an igneous rock. And in the sea it breaks down into small pieces and becomes like a sharp, nasty sand. You think doing drains because the way the weather is changing? Well, you're talking climate change. I don't know. I just think that they should have had, because of the amount of rain they get, and they just throw it into the sea, and then they spend half the year complaining that the reservoirs haven't got any water in them. And to me, it just seems perverse. You should channel all of the water from Torrevieja into some central location and then pump it into either the lakes or the reservoirs. You've got two big lakes. I mean, they're very salty and they use this for salt generation. So maybe that's not where you want to be pumping it. But just channeling it and throwing it into the sea. Not just the fact that you're wasting all the water, but you're washing away the beaches and then going to capping hand to the government every year for a financial subsidy because, hey, we're a seaside town, we need a beach. How long is the government just going to put up with handing over 5, 10, 20 million every year? It's not just every year, it's every storm. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the answer is. I'm just a tramp in a field. Spain's few drainage system is built by Brits. It's possible. I would have thought it was more likely the Irish. Those guys can dig. Last time in Torrevieja, some beaches were very black and greasy at the edge, says Keith. That sounds more like oil spills. I don't know. I guess the Mediterranean is open to that kind of thing. Hold on. Seaweed. Oh, that's another thing. Yeah, that you do get slippery mosses and seaweeds on the edge. See, the beaches, the coves that are left natural are just rock. Lots of rocks. Some like the cliffs over here. It's big, large rocks. It's like solid rock. The cove, just to the side, over to the right of the road, is lots of rock-sized rocks. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, a foot or two, but all broken up. You know, maybe the ones on the beach are the ones that have fallen from the cliffs themselves, and over time get weathered. But they're big. They're big, lumpy, bigger than a pebble. Put it that way. Do I remember an episode of QI where they said Alan, the word Alan, as in the name, man's name, means stone or rock? I think I remember that because Alan Davies was on there. Get the British MPs to hand over the money they all got from their PCP's not right. PPP? Personal protective... What was it called? The stuff in the day. PPH? PPA? PPP? Personal protective... PPE equipment. Personal protective equipment, maybe. I think it was PPE. PCP, that's angel dust, isn't it? That's a drug. But yeah, you've got that. Who's that billionaire woman who milked the government for like fucking hundreds of millions? Baroness something or other. And it's been reviewed, it's been confirmed, and they still not brought criminal charges against the bugger. How does that work? If I'd been investigated by the police and they felt I'd done something untoward, I'd be arrested on the fucking spot. How do they investigate her, honestly believe that yes, she's done wrong, but not arrest her and put her in the cells? What the fuck's that about? Politics. Michelle Malone. Don't recognise that name, but she's probably Dame somebody really, isn't she? It's I don't know. Suzanne Mitzi was Maltese. I think was it Jack Attack? Somebody said earlier a date of birth and where she was born. I'm scrolling back just to confirm. There we go. It was you. She was born 1967 in Malta. Yeah. Okay. She was a very pretty lass. I'm saying lass, and it turns out she's older than me, or was older than me. Which that never registered at the time. I guess maybe because you're like 10 years old when you start looking at page 3. So there's an offset. There's a built-in offset in their age and your age. Hold on, I've gone too far back. All right, I was getting a bad back. It was like I was leaning forwards in the chair. Oh! We're all at the scene of the crime with our driving license, passports, etc. Well, you know, your digital ID will solve all that for you. Let's face it, folks, your phone is the thing that spies on you the most. Google's tracking, even when you turn GPS tracking off, Google still tracks it just for their own purposes. They just don't let you have access to it because you turned it off. They're not turning it off, they're just not letting you see where you've been. Soul mining, you just stepped in. Is this your first post of the evening? Did you see what Led by Donkeys did to her super yacht? They found it not far from Barcelona, moored up. Do I know what a Led by Donkeys is? Led by Donkeys, that's a famous Napoleon quote, maybe? About Brits? Lions led by donkeys. Might not have been Napoleon. I remember one time thinking it was Napoleon, looking it up, and it turned out it wasn't. But Led by Donkeys, is this a YouTube channel or some what's it on Twitter, like a Twitter handle or something? I've got no idea. I have no idea. I don't even know what a super yacht is. How many millions is a super yacht? A political exposing group. So, are you saying that Led by Donkeys owned a super yacht, or they exposed somebody else's super yacht? Maybe there's a word missing or something in the phrase. Thinking YouTube, FSU. Oh, lost me. FSU. F is usually a swear word. I don't know. FSU. No idea. Okay, Led by Donkeys found somebody's super yacht. I don't know who are we talking about. So they took somebody's boat. I don't know. I'm lost. Yeah, could you mind just who's they? This Michelle Monas. Is this the Baroness somebody or other that took the hundreds of millions for PPE that was never supplied? Tina, let's have some quiet, sweetie. There's my girl. I wish I'd brought you some treats. I'll get you some when we go in later. When we go inside, I'll get you some treats. I will, because we've got a lot on the bed waiting for you. Yeah. Tina biscuits. Cookies for Tina. Yeah. Not here. I haven't got them here, sweetie. No, I haven't got them here. Later, when we go inside. She'll be wanting me to finish the stream now, won't she? What time did I start? I started at 10, so it's half 12 nearly. Okay, folks. I'm going to try and carry on if we've got topics going. Free Speech Union, I did know that. Yeah. Black Belt Barrister talks about them often, doesn't he? FSU, yeah. Yes, the PPE fraudster. She said she's resigning from the House of lords, I think it would be, rather than commons, because she's definitely a baroness, something or other. You see, commit a crime for millions of pounds, hundreds of millions even, I think, and get caught and resign. If I stole a couple of million and got caught, I don't get to just resign and walk away with a little bit of disgrace but keep the money. I get locked up for fucking forever. What is this shit? I don't know. There's something rotten at the heart of our democracy, and I'm sure Sign of Nature will agree. But there is. The way they're all tied up in all this fucking paedophilia stuff, the way that they're all wanting to bring in laws that force things into place that then line a company's pockets that they either are paid to represent or that they formed. What's the one called that that collects the license fee, the BBC license fee? And it's a company that's basically owned by half a dozen members of the House of Lords. Can't remember the name of it. But all of these things, oh, you must have this. Oh, we just happen to run a company that does that. And they land all the government contracts for that shit. $30 plus. Yeah, if you stole 1 million, never mind 100 million, if you defrauded the UK government of 1 million, Christ, if you defrauded the UK government of 10,000, you're doing good. You're going to jail for X number of years. Hundreds of millions. Crime, it's all connections. Come to think of it, so is politics. They seem inextricably linked. Politics is a power, isn't it? It's see, if you can convince. So the word politics originally meant like to run a city. Poly like police, like I don't know, lots of other words. Metropolis. It's to do with running a city. If you can get 100,000 people each to chip in some amount to run the bins, the lights, the roads, the whatever, and then if you can get in charge of those purse strings, if you're in charge of that bucket of money that everybody's put into, the temptation to either set up your own business and pay yourself to be the one building the roads or doing the street lights or whatever, the temptation must be pretty strong. Either to channel the money to your own company or to take a backhander from some other company, pass the contract to them in exchange for some payoff yourself. Government is all about taking your money and passing it to a company. That's basically what government is. It takes your money and spends it, supposedly on your behalf. But if they can channel 10% of it this way or 10% that way, a little bit here, nip a little bit off there. So politics becomes a power play, becomes controlling the purse strings, and controlling the purse strings and fraud are so closely related. And wherever there's a temptation or an incentive, wherever there's an incentive, that will be the general direction things go. I mean, that's what incentives are. They're an inducement to take a certain path. And if there's an inducement to up the amount, let's just ask for an extra 10 or 20% from those idiots out there. The street lights, oh, they're getting more expensive. We need more workers. We need more equipment. We need more ladders or fucking cherry pickers or whatever. Up the price and skim a little bit off the top. Oh, there's a health emergency. Oh, there's a lockdown. Oh, there's not enough PPE. Oh, I know a man who can make you some PPE. Just give me 200 million. Okay, now where's our PPE? Oh, yeah, a little bit of a hiccup there. Oh, what's that? The health crisis is over and you don't need the PPE anymore. Okay, bye. What? Scandal? Oh, do I need to step down and retire? Okay, bye. With the 200 million still in the fucking bank. Bah. One high MP has said he's bankrupt. Then he should be disqualified from office. Someone who is bankrupt is prone to incentives from outside sources. He could be targeted for inducements not in the national interest. We had a conversation the other day about traitors. If an MP is pushing a policy that doesn't... Tina! Stop! Shush! Quiet! Quiet, quiet. Leave the people alone. Shush, shush. Just nice people walking past. Shush. It's okay. It's okay. Nice people. Just nice people walking past. Probably. Quiet, quiet. Sorry folks, where was I? I was ranting. I was ranting about politicians not acting in the national interest. Like, if you're a mayor of Bradford, for example, and your first policy is to send money to Gaza or Palestine or wherever, I don't know. What's that got to do with being the mayor of Bradford? Why are you taking money from citizens and passing it to another country if your job is to run Bradford or Leeds or Brighton or I don't know, fucking wherever? What has that got to do with your job? Why are you putting your hand in my pocket or some other guy's pocket, taking his money and passing it out of the country? What are you doing? Why is that allowed? Traitors. What other word is there for it? Oh, it's aid. We have a government to do aid. We don't need the mayor of Bradford or Leeds or Luton doing that shit. Not their job. There are charities where people give voluntarily, or there's the government who've got a big pot of our money already who can allocate certain resources in certain circumstances if we deign it to be humanitarian aid enough, you know? But dipping in with council tax, dipping into my pocket or someone else's pocket, and then sending the money out of the country. Fucking no. Just no. Get your hand out of my pocket. Not literally me, because I'm a tramp in a field in Spain, but as a Brit, I still feel that if I was in Britain and my local authority was doing campaigns and passing amendments and judgments in support of... They said there's a war somewhere and my local authority want to pick sides. Nothing to do with you. You're the mayor of Bradford. What's it got to do with you, whether it's Israel or Palestine that wins in their scuffle? Why are you taking money out of your catchment area? You got potholes in the roads. You've got street lights not working. You've got crime and nobody turns up for a fucking burglary. And you're passing resolutions in support of this side or that side and maybe sending money in support of something. Fucking stop it. Traitorous behaviour. It's not in pursuance of the British interest. Certainly not in pursuance of your town, city, county, whatever denomination's not the right word, but whatever your sphere of influence is. That's where the money goes. The people of your village, town, city, county, whatever you're the mayor of, they want their money to be shuffled between them. They want the lights to work, the street lights. They want the roads not to have potholes, so that every time they go over, they're bottoming out and scraping the oil sump pan or tray or whatever the fuck that's called. They don't want to be bottoming out on the road or knackering the suspension. You tell how little I know about cars. Tina, can we have some quiet? Tina, quiet. Quiet. Good girl, that's better. A little bit quiet. Tina's okay. Quiet. It's okay. Tina's okay. No hay problema, Parity. It's okay. Oh, dog. Where was I, folks? I was ranting. I'll give up with the rants, but I still say it's straight. Capita, that's the one, Jack Attack, yeah. And the owners are 4 or 5 members of the House of Lords, or 4 or 5 members that were in the House of Lords at the time it was formed. Rose, it's a flower. It's flower. Yeah, there's Rose. Always welcome because she thinks I'm handsome. Strokes a guy's ego. The corruption is off the scale, said Soul Mining. Yeah. Oh, what's that? And how it went VIP lane, said Joanne. Not sure where we are with that. Was reading there's 16 billion accounted for that took from the COVID pandemic situation in the UK. Every time they look, they find more so-called black holes. The role of government is to take your money and pass it to a company. And if they can feather their own nest while they do it, they will. Hello, Rose. To be accountable, yeah. There's not enough accountability. Even when, like I said, even when they catch somebody on the fiddle, so Baroness, whatever the hell her name is, caught, investigated. Not a court case, but being investigated and the case looks fucking solid. She took somewhere between 100 and 200 million pounds to provide PPE. She provided 0 PPE. To this day, still 0 PPE. They investigated, they say, yeah, this looks dodgy as hell. Does she get arrested? No. What happens? Oh, a little bit of scandal, a bit of tutting amongst the chattering classes, and oh, okay, then I'll retire at the next election, or I'll step down from the House of Lords. I'll retire. Fuck off. You caught me burgling a house. Do I get to just, oh, it's okay, guys, I'm going to retire next week? No. You get jailed. And that's Pounds, not hundreds of millions of pounds. Yeah. Yeah, there's no such thing as government money, really. It's your money. Our money. Get your fucking hand out of my pocket, is what we need to tell them. I had this rant the other week. I honestly believe that half of the taxes that we have should be scrapped entirely, and the other half should be halved. And then the government should have to live within its means. No public sector borrowing requirement. That's an overdraft. That's just adding to the overall debt burden. Live within your means as a country. In my humble opinion. Get your hand out of my pocket. They spend it on your behalf. Supposedly, in theory, yeah, you're paying into a collective pot to cover the things you need in life. We need street lights. We need the roads to be smooth. You need the bins emptying, whether it's daily like in Spain or whether it's weekly or even fortnightly like in the UK now. They're cutting back on spending so much that people don't know when their bloody bins are getting emptied. If you told a Spanish person that we have our bins emptied every second week, but this is what you're paying into the pot for that collective stuff. At the government level, the NHS, the army, well, the military in general, rather than picking specific branches, but yeah. And yet, we start giving tanks and ships and fighter jets away to other countries. And the government get to just turn around and say, oh, yeah, no, we're going to send another £5 billion to this side or that side in a war that we got nothing to do with. Think about that. Let's take a number. Let's take 6 billion. We're a country of 60 million people. So from 60 million, what do you have to do to get to 6 billion? So from 60 million times by 10, 600 million. Times by another 10, from 600 million to 6 billion. That's 100. That's £100 for every man, woman and child in the country. And the government just wave it off as, oh, yeah, no, we'll send another 6 billion over there to help with that. £100 for every man, woman and child in the country. We can argue about whether the population's 60 or 70 or 80 million, but that's you're talking about small fractions compared to the 100-fold of the £100 per person. They just get to wave that off, and probably 6 months later just do another billion or 3. Get your fucking hand out of my pocket. Stop giving it away. £100. You got to work some to get that. And if you got to generate that for every man, woman, and child in your family, suddenly it's £500 per family or per household. That's not to be sneezed at. And someone's just giving that away to another country and telling you you've got no choice in the fucking matter. No sure about that. That's the, I see. No, that's a friend. Hey, that's a friend. That's a friend. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Here endeth the rant, maybe. Yeah, they spend it on your behalf, but when you need something, it's pay up. Yeah. Even in rich, well, yeah, yeah. Norway, you're still pumping all the oil out of the ground. You're a very rich nation per capita, but you're taxed to shit, aren't you? You're taxed to hell. How much is a beer in the bar? Pint of beer or half a litre, whatever your measure is for a big glass of beer. I hear horror stories about how much some of these things cost, and it's not just beer, but it's a handy kind of example that most people can kind of relate to. I'll keep scrolling because I am behind. They should be sacked and everyday people put in their place. This is my idea about having MP serving as an MP should be like jury service, where people are selected at random and just assigned to be an MP. And at the end of the 4 or 5 year term, whatever it is nowadays, it's a coin toss. It's 50-50. Half of them get to stay and do a second term, half of them are gone. And a new bunch are selected at random, not elected, but selected. We do away with party politics because that seems to be the antithesis of democracy in a lot of ways. We had this conversation the other week about the whip. You become an MP and you get a salary of however much it is, but if you're in Labour or Tory, if you're one of the big parties, you get an extra payment to toe the party line, and it's called the whip. And if you misbehave and don't do as instructed, when a big vote comes up and your party leader wants you to vote a certain way, if you don't vote that certain way, they punish you by withdrawing that extra payment. You're reduced to the mere salary of an MP. You don't get the MP salary and the Labour Party's payment, or the Tory parties, or the Lib Dems, or whoever. That's corruption to my mind. You're paid to represent your constituency. It's like being a traitor again, except not at the national level. You're supposed to be representing your constituency. Either you go with what the majority of people in your constituency want, or you take the view that, hey, I've been appointed by these people and I will make the decision. You do one or the other. What you don't do is do what your party leader orders you to do, otherwise they'll take away that extra little bonus payment you were getting. That's corruption. What the fuck is that? If you were an MP and you were taking an equivalent salary from Russia or China, what would that be called? So if you're the MP for whatever area, I say Brighton just because, pick an area, and you don't vote with what the people of Brighton want, and you don't vote the way that you feel is the best, but you vote the way your party leader tells you, or they're going to take money out of your pocket. That's corruption. What other word is there? Party politics sucks. We're paying for boat people as well. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that too deep this time around. I've dove into that a few times in the past, and it gets me all the usual accusations: racism, xenophobic, blah blah blah, far right Nazi, blah blah blah. All these words are losing meaning. The whole J.K. Rowling thing. J.K. Rowling is about as far left as you can get on everything. except one thing. She doesn't want people with penises in female toilets and changing rooms. She's not against trans people and trans rights and trans this and trans that. You can be as trans as you want. She's not against that. Just this one thing, the bathroom thing. She doesn't want people who've been arrested for rape to declare themselves female and get locked up in a female prison with female prisoners in their room, which is what kind of happens. You're locking a rapist in a room with women. What could possibly go wrong? So she's left as left can be on everything. She finds one issue that she disagrees with people, and she's a far-right Nazi bigot. These words are losing their meaning. It's another rant. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Let's get anti-Semitic now. Where are we going, Tombstone? Hold on. Israel has ruled the Brits for 800 years. You had better be a good dog or no treats. The whole Israel and the Jew thing, I'm not a big believer in the Jewish cabal ruling the world. Just because they're good with money. Allegedly. I don't know. I'm not. That's a topic I'm not going to get into. That's brought you up to the heights of power. So he's suggesting that the British Empire was funded by Jewish bankers. I don't think so, really. We had a spell from Queen Elizabeth I, so 1600 or 15, I don't know what, with the buccaneers and the pirates bringing treasures back, robbing from the Spanish in particular, but probably from the Dutch and Portuguese as well, bringing stuff back from the Americas, the so-called New World. A lot of our success was based on that influx of treasure. I don't know about the whole Jewish banking thing. You're wondering why so many people are moving up. I guess that's meant to be abroad. Although abroad would fit with the incoming boat people, but non-sterile PPE told to pay back 122 million. Yeah, that's going to happen. Yeah, no, I'll just retire and we'll forget about it. I'll retire and move abroad, and we'll just forget that ever happened. Can you imagine if you'd perpetrated a fraud? 1 million, 100,000. I mean, 10,000 will get you locked up. It's 122 million. That's £2 per man, woman, and child, or probably £3 or £4 per adult in the UK. At a time of a major health crisis, we're going to argue about the validity of that health crisis. It certainly did kill a lot of people. The majority, though, were already kind of on the cusp. They were already. The average age of death was higher than the average age of death from COVID was higher than the normal average age of, death, or age at death in the UK. These were people who had basically not been mopped up by a flu epidemic in the previous 2 or 3 years. We'd not had flu for a few years, or a big outbreak of flu. So there were a lot of people who were elderly and waiting. Sounds callous, I know. I don't mean it like that, but these are the facts. Each year, normally, so many thousands of people get killed by a severe cold or flu outbreak. And we'd had 2 or 3 years without one. So we had lots of people hanging on by their fingertips because we'd not had that cull, for want of a better... It's a terrible word, really. Yeah, can I find a better way of saying it? Probably not. But rather than have 3 years of moderate deaths as normal, they'd hung on for 3 years because we hadn't had that pushing over the precipice. So when COVID came along and was an extra factor, it pushed a lot of people over that edge. But the majority were very, very old. They were older than the average age of death normally. It's obviously unfortunate for the individuals that go and for their families. I don't mean to diminish the significance of death, but I don't think COVID was the big thing that it was made out to be. Can you say that nowadays? You used to get banned for that kind of misinformation. Probably when this gets finally published, there'll be one of those links to the United Nations and the World Health Organization. There'll be a disclaimer calling me all the calling me all the misinformationists under the sun. I don't know, folks. They're building a Titanic 2 due to set sail from Southampton 2027. Is that real? Have we fact-checked this? They're building a Titanic 2. Let's hope they don't start talking about it being unsinkable. Take it you finished that wine. What wine? Have I got wine? I've got a bottle of wine that Karen gave me about a month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. I've got a carton of wine left from, what? Was that last week? Karen brought me two cartons of wine. I'm on beer tonight. I'm coming towards the end of can number 2. I'm about here, I think. I would guess it's about there. Bottom third of the can, maybe bottom quarter, but it feels like more than a quarter. We're coming up on 3 hours, folks. I'm just coming to the end of beer number 2. For all of you that are concerned about my alcoholism, cheers. Hit the thumbs up, you fuckers. What was it, Christian, that the guy I used to share the apartment with? He called me the worst alcoholic ever, I think. What was that about? I made 12 beers last, I think it's 4 days. So I drank every day while I had them, but it was like 2 or 3 cans a day. Oh, and at one point I had a bottle of brandy, and it lasted 3 months, something like that. So he was ribbing me because some woman at the kiosk in the park, yeah, she got all uppity. You're here every day. Every time I come here, you're here. And I said, yeah, every time I'm here, you're here. What the fuck? What kind of brag is that? You're calling me an alky because I'm here as often as you. What the fuck? What are you doing, woman? Yeah. Take you finish that wine. I don't know what wine you're specifically referencing, but I've got plenty of wine in there. I've got a litre. I've got 2, because Meta yesterday brought a litre of wine. So I've got a litre of wine from yesterday. I've got a litre of wine from It's either 1 week ago or 2 weeks ago, I lose track. And I got a bottle of wine. So that's 2.75 litres in total. The bottle's from, it's at least 2 weeks ago. It might be 3 or 4. I lose track. And the thing is, it still gets really warm inside the tent. A bottle of red wine might not last forever. If it's a real cork, the cork might shrink and allow air in, and the wine will oxidize. I don't know. Cork, it's called corking, isn't it? When the cork shrinks and the air gets in. Joanne says, yeah, I think they sit in government and make up how to work us till we drop dead. Hold on, it faded. And how they can line their pockets. Yeah, so let's talk inheritance tax. I think it's one of the most vile taxes ever. You've already been taxed each year that you've earned the money. You put it in the bank and you get interest, and they tax the interest. And then you die and you want to pass it to your kids, and they tax it again. That's vile. Now, if it was unearned income, I might have a softer, less harsh view of it. But I'm thinking in particular about the working man, the working class, and maybe the middle class. I mean, if you're some pompous Rupert who's just been born with a silver spoon in your mouth, and who just money earns money, and you don't do anything to get it, it just comes in. I have a less charitable view of that. But on principle, I think inheritance tax is vile. You just got to ask yourself, what did the government do to earn that money from me as I die? Not me, because Trump in a field, but you die and you want your money to go to your kids, or your assets, whatever value you have in this world. And the government just says, oh no, we're going to take 20, 30, 40% of everything over X amount. Fucking why? What did you do to gain this or to garner that? How did you as a government help me get that money? Why does it go to you? Get your fucking hand out of my fucking pocket, or out of my coffin at this stage, I guess. I got no time for it. If I buy something from America because I can get it for half the price I get it here, and then the government want to put tariffs on top and taxes and VAT and all the other bullshit that happens when you bring something across. Why? What did they do to deserve some of that money? Why is it so more expensive here than there? Why can I buy it half the price over there that it's available here? Because of the government. So the government are robbing you whichever way you go. They're making shit more expensive over here, and if you buy it over there and have it shipped across, they want their share there. For what? What did they do to earn that? Get your fucking hand out of my pocket. Simples. £6 a pint? Hold on, where are you? Soul mining. £6 a pint. A beer in a bar at the absolute lowest is £8. Is that about 80 of your krona? But usually more like 11 to 13. Shit. Get this, guys. Now, when I left the UK, the beer was just getting over maybe 320, 330. A pint of Tetley's or Boddington's or something up in the north of England. 10 years, so probably prices have doubled. So 5 or 6 I would have guessed. Soul mining says £6 a pint. But in Norway, they're paying double that. They're paying basically 12. Usually more like 11 to 13. So if I take the midpoint, I take 12. And that's all, they won't even call it tax, will they? What do they call it? Duty. What's the difference between tax and duty? I worked for Customs and Excise and still never got my fucking head around that. It's now called Revenue and Customs. So His Majesty's Revenue and Customs. But it was Customs and Excise when I worked for them. And I still don't get the difference between a tax and a duty. These are cunts that didn't know the difference between a cake and a biscuit, so I'm not going to fucking apologise. Made me a laughing stock in my hometown. Because I was working for them at the time of that court case. They couldn't see they were HMCE at the time. It was Her Majesty's Customs and Excise. They couldn't see the difference between a Jaffa cake and a biscuit until someone brought a big one into court, like put your arms out in a circle, that big. So they made a Jaffa cake that big and said, look at this is not a fucking biscuit. And they made a biscuit that big and said, look, that's a biscuit, not a cake. And the difference between a biscuit and a cake, when they go stale, so a cake starts soft and when it goes stale, it dries out and goes hard. A biscuit starts dry and when it goes stale, it becomes soft and mushy. And so the court case happened just because Customs couldn't let go. And I got laughed at because I was working for them at the time. Didn't like that. £16 a packet of cigarettes, says Joanne. Really? 16? My mum said she was going to stop smoking when they went above £1. My dad was going to stop driving when a gallon of petrol went above £1 in the 70s. Yeah, I don't know. 22 quid in Norway. The equivalent of 22, about 220 krona. I'm guessing. I use a factor of 10 for. I know your different kronas in Norway, Sweden, Denmark. I'm not sure what the currency is in Finland. Soul mining was in Tangiers recently and it was 50 dirham a bottle. Thought it would be cheaper. I have no idea what a dirham is. It's going to be like a dinar in Tunisia or whatever, but I don't know without a conversion, I don't know where that's at. I tell you guys, here, a bottle of brandy or a bottle of whiskey or a bottle of vodka, a bottle, 700 and, well, some are 700 mil, some are 750. €6. Maybe with a few pennies on top, a few centimos on top. 6. A 12-pack of beer, if you go for, it's a Steinberg, isn't it? It's a Steinberg Classic. This is the next step up from the cheapest. A 12-pack will be, for this, is probably $3.80, maybe $3.90. The cheapest Steinberg, the standard Steinberg rather than the classic, standard Steinberg is $3.60 for a 12-pack. Or was the last time I went shopping. I'll add that little caveat because, as I've mentioned once or twice, I haven't been in a supermarket yet this year. Do you think like I should do like a challenge of not going to the supermarket at all for the year? Or once my legs are healed and Tina can use her chariot, should we make a point of going straight away? Guys, any chance that we can get up to 20 likes on the thing. My understanding is that at 20, more notifications go out, more people get shown that the stream's still live. We're over the 3-hour mark. I'm intending to go on a little while if you're with me. It would be nice just to, if we can hit that 20 and maybe see some more people come in and then maybe bump it a little bit more. It's just a thing. It's an algorithm thing, and I don't like to go on about such things. It's a little bit narcissistic trying to watch the numbers clock up, but 17 was close enough to try and kind of push for it, maybe. I don't even know whether it's true or not about at 20. There are certain thresholds that more alerts go out. I don't know. Anyway, let's get back to the conversation. It's jumped to the end of the... Oh, Karen's back. Back in the room. Was it quiz night, Karen? Or were you just out with family? It may have to be paid on the estate if it's worth more than the tax-free threshold. Yeah, inheritance tax is still evil. And the stuff with farmers who aren't using their land for, like, land value, property value, they're not building on it and turning it into... They're using it to grow food, and we need food. That was another big Winston Churchill thing, wasn't it? After the UK almost starved to death, like the population of the UK, almost starved to death in the first half of the war, when the Atlantic battle and what was going on, and all the supply ships were being sunk by the U-boats before we cracked Enigma, with a lot of Polish help. Churchill wanted us to be more self-sufficient. We were in that time, we were very reliant upon imports from abroad. We weren't doing the mechanistic agriculture thing, the what's it called, where you focus, where you push things through. We weren't doing like industrial agriculture, I guess you would say. We weren't doing that. We had a lot more hedgerows, and so tractors had to spend a lot of time moving between different fields. Whereas after Churchill, we got rid of a lot of those hedgerows so that we had fewer, larger fields, and it gained, not only it gained the land that had been taken up by the hedges, but it gained a lot of time. The tractors didn't have to come out of the field and drive right round and enter from another side or whatever. They became a lot more efficient. We were a lot more, it's kind of factory farming, if you like. Yeah, where am I going with that? It was a tangent from a tangent, wasn't it? Is that a wine club? Hold on. I got to find where I was and why I was going where I was going. I lost my train of thought. But Churchill, yeah, when we almost starved during the war, Churchill wanted us to be more intensive farming. That was a phrase I was searching for and not getting. But yeah, such is life. Oh, inch. Martina's got a fly. I've left the tennis racket of death inside. I thought at this time of year it wouldn't be that bad. But there are quite a lot of things buzzing around us. I'm not sure what that's about. Soul Manning's just cracking a beer himself. It's a Friday after all. Not here, it isn't. Where, in fact, not in the UK. It's Saturday now, mate. It's Saturday. My beer's empty. I don't know why it jumped to the bottom either. I don't know what that's about. Wine from the other day. Did I have wine the other day? Oh no, it was okay, Tinto Verano. I'm with you. Okay, I got you now. It's a watered down wine. Yeah, it's like a wine and lemonade plus, I don't know. Well, technically it was wine plus fizzy water plus citric acid, which is going to be lemon flavoured, isn't it? Or at least feel like it. That lasted 2 or 3 days. Oh, actually, I might not even have finished it. There might still be a glass left in the bottom of the bottle. So, litre and a half bottle, I think that was. But it's only, I'm not sure what the strength is. Probably 10%, maybe less. It's got to be less because it's watered down. It's wine and then the fizzy water. I'm seeing 19 thumbs ups. If we could hit the 20, I will toast you guys that have, you guys and gals that have done the thumbs up thing. Like I said, 20 is supposedly a threshold for more alerts going out, so it'd be nice to see. Maybe some of you out there are seeing 20 thumbs up and it's just me that's getting the slow updates again. Not sure. As extra people arrive, maybe a thumbs up, folks. Think about it. I'll give you another minute or so. I'm backtracking to see. I jumped a long way forward by the looks of things. If you object to our countries being overrun by barbarians and our own people treated second class, and where's the difference exactly? I do object. I do object. There's clearly an invasion happening. When you go to war, you leave the wife and kids behind. When you're running from war, you take the wife and kids with you. Why have we got boatloads of single men of fighting age landing on our shores? That's pretty much the definition of a fucking invasion. I'm not racist. If it was boatloads of white people, I would still object. If it was boatloads of white people that were raping children, I'd object. And you hear these trite responses like, yeah, but the majority of rapes are still committed by white men. Yeah. We're 90% of the fucking population. What do you expect? Of course we're going to be more than 50% of the criminals. But we're 90% of the population and we're only 70 or 80% of the criminals. This answer of the majority asked, it's bullshit. It's just bad maths. What are you doing? Why are 2 or 3% of the population 30% of the crime? The fuck? Politics again, folks. I wasn't meant to go there today. You can put your head in the sand, that's not my problem, but then keep the Palestinians out your mouths. Isla Bryson was a trans prison rapist. I'm sure there's been more than one. Let's just move on, said Terry. What was that about? Where were we at that point? Because I'm working back and it's jumped to the end again. Is it because I'm doing politics? Out with friends, said Karen. Okay. £16 for a 20 pack. I was thinking Rollies, that's 28 plus pounds. £7.50 jacket. That's a pint of beer, yeah? Cheltenham horse racing. Guinness £7.25, I think it'll be. Soul mining's in Warrington. Prices have definitely doubled. Yeah, well, I've been gone a while, haven't I? There was Karen arriving. I remember that. Yeah. I have been paid by the estate. Okay, inheritance tax. Yeah. Taxes began to keep you safe. Yeah, I mean, a lot of them were to fund wars at one point or another, weren't they? Income tax was to fund. Wasn't the First World War? Was it the Crimean War? Might have been the First World War. Income tax. Could even have been the Boer War. Somewhere around the turn of the century, at the end of the 19th, beginning of the 20th century. Maybe. Not sure. But yeah, there's always an excuse for a new tax, and it's always a temporary thing, and invariably it never goes away. We have to have a cull. We have to a cull of the taxes. Like I said, I'd love to see half of the taxes that we have scrapped and the ones that remain be halved. Now that means potentially you've got a quarter of the income for the government. They have to learn to live within their fucking means. And don't just dump it all into public sector borrowing requirement. Smaller government, less government, fewer laws. I'd love to see for every new law introduced, 2 get scrapped. To begin with, they'll be looking through and scrapping old, not practicing your archery on a Sunday or whatever that was old. Some of these are apocryphal. I don't know whether that's real or not. But you hear about them all the time, don't you? About old laws that are still on the books but that nobody gets done for. So that's what that would be the low-hanging fruit, that when they introduce a new law, we should also start demanding that before a new law is introduced, we double check whether existing laws could already cover that. Because that doesn't seem... We seem to bring out... There was the one about attacking first responders or whatever. Like if you throw a brick at an ambulance or something. Did we really need a separate law for that? Isn't that already covered by normal assault or vandalism or reckless endangerment? Or see, if an uneducated pleb like me can sit here and throw out 3 alternate laws that already cover that shit, did we really need another law for it? I suspect not. I don't know. So they were soul mining, cracking a beer. I think I'm back. Jagatek was explaining, he was talking about wine from the other day, the Tinto Verano. I'm scrolling. Okay, I think I'm just making sure that I didn't miss anything important way back here, because it did jump to the bottom at some point, and I did miss quite a bit for a little while. So what's infuriating? This is Tommy Tombstone. What's infuriating is the government has a PR department trying to tell other countries that we're so great and everyone here is happy, when most people I know struggle or have given up on drugs and drink. Yeah, the Norwegians that I meet out here tend to be on what we in Britain would call benefits, but they call a pension. But it's often through health. If you meet a Norwegian out here in Torrevieja who's under 60, chances are they're loop the loop. A lot of your borderline personality disorders and schizophrenias and what have you come out here because the cost of living's cheap, but they're still getting 1,000 or 1,500 euros a month in, like I said, what they call pension. we would just call like unemployment benefit or disability benefit. But yeah, a lot of the Norwegians out here, a lot of the ones that are not old, not elderly, are real head the ball cases. They're often very aggressive. I found. I found. I haven't had a lot to do with Norwegians recently. One or two, but not many. Terence said, "Oh, please, Mike, let's just move on." I'm not sure what we were talking about at the time. I probably went off on one on politics and stuff. Moving forward, wine from the other day. That was Jack Attack. I'll keep going. I won't jump straight to the bottom because I'll miss some. Soul mining is in Warrington. Warrington. Did we have that conversation the other week? Eddie Waring, wasn't it? The rugby commentator. 750, 725. These are the price of beers in the UK. How do you pay for that? When I was there, Christ, my wage, that'd be £7. That was like the hourly wage. And I drink, if you're going to go out and drink 2 or 3 an hour, you're spending double the hourly wage on beer. Maybe wages have gone up, I don't know. I don't know what the... Karen says, I've got a new subscriber. She showed her the first before and after. Oh, when I had the long square beard. Okay, the first one, yeah. Okay. Well, that will have been a few days after TrampCast 001. That's where we met, and you said, I'm a hairdresser, I can come and cut your hair. And you did. Up in the park. Joanne's just over a cold. Hold on. I've missed something. Joanne in a court case. Hold on. Lawyer hoping to get papers to court and get date end of October. So step nearer to getting my house in Spain. I don't know the background of that one, Joanne. Is this tonight, Karen? I've had Tinto Verano, Bacardi and Coke, and Baby Guinness. I don't even... What's Baby Guinness? What about 1.65 subs? Is that where we're at? It hasn't really been moving recently. Baby Guinness. I don't even know what Baby Guinness is. What is this shit? It's too nice. And L9L is obviously LOL, but with a mistype. The world's run by evil psychopaths. Is that a quote from George Harrison, who got stabbed by an evil psychopath, didn't he? Tom says it's the whole of the Western and Northern Europeans subjected to this, not just the UK. Yeah, it appears so. Because once stuff happens in Schengen, people are free to move around, and but yeah, the media. This is why I say it's what's the word? I've lost the word again. I've lost the vocabulary. When people call you a Nazi, they also call you come on, give me a word for Mussolini and Hitler and everybody that's not Nazi. It's when government, media, big business, and the courts and the police are act in unison with an ideology. And where did that go? I didn't touch that. I think an insect landed on the phone and turned the camera off. What the fuck? What? was talking with my eyes closed, and when I opened them, the camera had gone, and I was just looking at a picture of, you know, the avatar. Then the media and education convincing, yeah, plus the economy. Yeah, it's like when the BBC won't reveal the identity or the nationality or whatever of perpetrators of serious crime. And that allows the BBC to sit there and speculate for 4 or 5 or 8 hours that it might be right wing did this terrible crime at the mosque yesterday. Mosque, is that the right word? Have I got the right religion? Hold on, I haven't got my church Jewish. Anyway, yeah, the BBC sat there prattling on for hours and hours about how it was probably a right wing Western European, you know, white European. Even though they'd got pictures of the dead body on the ground of the guy they'd shot. How do you make that mistake? You got a picture of Abdul. No, his name wasn't Abdul. Hold on, let's get it right. His name was Jihad. Fuck's sake. He was unknown to the security services. Mate, his parents called him fucking Jihad. They should have been on a fucking list. And him as well. If I called my kid, I don't know, Crusade or Crusader, and I lived in a Muslim country, you'd expect to be monitored a little bit, no? Fucking Jihad. Who could have seen that coming? He was unknown to the security services. And that's a boast. Our security services are fucking missing a trick. Because our security services say you're more likely to be killed by a far-right, white nationalist. That's what our security services say. You tell me when the last stadium bombing was by a far-right. When was someone beheaded in the street by a far-right guy in Britain? When was the last time a far-right guy burst into a girl's dance class and started slashing away at people? When was the last London terror attack blowing up buses committed by a far-right white British person? But you're more likely to be killed by far-right. That's where they're putting their resources and all their effort. I wasn't doing politics. Media education, yeah. Yeah, and I still can't remember that word I was trying to get to. The universe is approaching the midpoint of its 33 billion year lifespan. 33 billion. Didn't I read the other day, though, that it's hundreds of billions of light years across? Makes you wonder. Who decided that its lifespan's only going to be 33 billion? Is this a joke? Are we building or something? It will begin to contract, snapping back. This wasn't there a theory that when this happens, time will run backwards? Did we reject that hypothesis? Are you busy that day? Says Jack. In 11 billion years? Yeah, I think I'm having my hair cut that day. You'll have to ask Karen. And North America and Australia. Yeah. I still think it's aliens, Tom. Well, hi, Josie. Hello, hello. We were talking about you earlier, I think. Still here, yeah. I'm still going. Where are we time-wise? 1:30, just after 1:30. Soul mining. Went to see an art exhibition by a Peruvian artist from the Amazon basin. Yeah, that's kind of Brazil and Peru and places. Explaining how the Westerners arrived and decimated the place for the rubber from their trees. Yeah, rubber, wood for boats and for masts and things. Some decimation was deliberate. Some will have been, I think, the measles we took to the Americas, didn't we? We didn't know that they'd not got measles, so had no protection against it, no immune system against it. So a lot of places were wiped out accidentally by contamination, because we'd been what in biological terms are called islands. Places, it doesn't have to be physically an island surrounded by water. It's a place where people and animals and things are separated and don't mix. They don't get to kind of cross-pollinate and cross-contaminate. They evolve separately, and we had measles and became somewhat immune to it. But when we entered those other ecosystems and they didn't have that experience, their bodies didn't have that protection against it, 75, 80, sometimes 90% of people would die. That was a big thing about with the Indians in America, USA, North America. It's the thing about sharing blankets, wasn't it? It wasn't a deliberate act. Some people think it was a deliberate germ warfare kind of thing, but probably not. Here's Karen, hold on. This is Karen. While I was out tonight, I was approached by a well-dressed Dutch woman asking for a cigarette. I refused, and she asked me where I was from, then called me negative. She then said, "Oh, it jumped." Where the fuck? How far back? A long way back. How far? Hold on. Synagogue, yeah. I knew I'd got the wrong word. I thought I had. Where are we? I can't find where we were. Oh yeah, I'm back. It's a long way back. I'm gonna go through these quickly. So I asked for a cigarette. I refused. She asked me where I was from, then called me negative. She then said she was trying to give something. Then called me a bitch. Crazy drunk woman. Crazy Dutch drunk woman there, Karen. Okay. Joanne's going to email me about her court thing. Okay. Okay. No picture, just sound. Oh, you're back. Yeah. Okay. That was it. So it wasn't me. Something landed on the picture of Clippy. Yeah, my avatar. Something landed on the screen and turned the camera off. I was talking with my eyes shut, and when I looked, I'm thinking, what the fuck's going on? And there was a line through the camera. Wasn't me. I didn't touch it. My hand was nowhere near it. Okay, everyone's saying the same. Fascist, that's the word I was looking for, soul mining. Where the government, media, big business, police and the courts that are all meant to be separate act in conjunction. Fascism. Now, some people will say that fascism has a right wing built in by definition, but it's debatable. Most examples of fascism have been right wing, but I don't think I don't think that should be the main criterion. See that? You see my cleverness at using the singular criterion rather than criteria, which is plural. Anyway, fascist. Yeah, okay. David came in and gave it as well. Thank you, folks, for giving me. I have these mental blocks. I have these mental blocks where the synapses just don't connect. I'm left hanging on a word. But yeah, all these things that are supposed to be independent start acting in conjunction, and the BBC talking for hours and hours about how it was probably a right-wing attack on the synagogue. Yeah, mosque is Islam. I kind of knew it, but couldn't get that. There's just some, and when it's a white guy that's done something, like the guy who drove into the crowd at the football celebration when Liverpool won the Premier League, they were quick to point out it was a white European British male. So if they tell you the race, he's going to be white. If they don't tell you, he's going to be a Welsh choir boy, isn't he? They were insistent this guy was British, born abroad. His name was fucking Jihad. I'm back. Yeah, I was back. I wasn't away too long. I noticed fairly quickly that the camera had gone. Like I said, it wasn't me. It was something landing on the screen. Okay. Mr. Tombstone tells me that in Norway, the latest shock, 22-year-olds were hired by some mafia to throw grenades at a specific target in a smaller town, but they used them on their own enemies in Oslo instead. So you're getting a bit like Sweden, yeah, with is it Malmo that has all the Albanian mafia, and they're all throwing hand grenades at each other. Robert McIntyre says something about South America if 7 a.m. wanna sue. I don't know, you got cut off there, or maybe there's a typo or something. Lost a bit of meaning, Robert. Sorry. Tommy Tombstone says, this is new here. If you're glued to the telly but already... Hold on. If you're glued to the telly but already standard weekly in Sweden. Yeah. I remember that because I live with a Swedish bloke and he was telling me about they don't even pronounce it as Malmo. Malmö. Something like that. Malmö. Your vowels are different, but yeah. 12-year-olds, not 22. Bloody hell, Mafia are trying to pay 12-year-olds to throw hand grenades. What kind of enemy does a 12-year-old have that's so bad they want to throw fucking hand grenades? Soul Mining said synagogue. Super Enriched said synagogue. Yeah, it was a brain fart on my part. I got stuck on different flavors of religious buildings. Yeah, that's Joanne hoping that Karen had a good night. Otherwise, would have. Your wife would have told her to fuck off. Yeah. I told her where the cigarette machine was, and she called me a negative bitch, saying she was trying to give up funny thing, because I don't smoke. Yeah. Yeah, when people are trying to tap you for cigarettes and you don't even smoke. Yeah. Some of these I'm not going to read. Super Enriched Oscar. I can't read that. Yeah, Josie says, yeah, those girls, they're not trying to stop smoking, they just stop buying. Yeah, they want other people to buy them for them, yeah. Yeah, people get gobby when they're drunk. Stay in Spain, England is going down the pan. This is a regular refrain from Karen. Depends where in Spain. Barcelona is like Londonistan. Okay. 8th of October. Yeah, I think that's what I said. Oh yeah, I sent you a message earlier, Josie. But yeah, everybody, it was Josie's birthday Friday. I know we're well into Saturday now, so happy unbirthday, as Alice in Wonderland would say. Or it wasn't Alice in Wonderland, it was somebody at the Mad Hatter's Tea Party. I can't remember who. But yeah. Hold on. Oh, Josie was out in Mil Palmeiras for lunch. Mil Palmeiras, 1,000 palms, or 1,000 palm trees, however that translates. Seen IBG chief, he was killed. I'm lost again. IBG chief? Qu'est-ce que c'est? Que significa IBG chief? Oh, big, maybe it's big. Is that a typo? Seen big chief, he was killed. No idea still. Where are we? It was Josie's birthday. Whose birthday is it? Josie's. Yeah, on Friday. I should have mentioned it early when she arrived. I'm sorry. I should have. Fascism is the ultra rich playing the chess moves, the usual shite. Maybe yes, maybe no. I mean, it's big business, powerful people in government and in media giving orders. So I guess, I mean, everything boils down to money to some degree, but yeah. Tom's not a big, I don't know, believer in the driving vans in the crowd. What are you thinking? You think it's a false flag thing? You're thinking government. Kill some of your own people so you get to blame whoever you want. It's a bit too conspiracy theory for me, but each to their own. Joanne's saying that that Josie's doing well. If she was out for lunch and she's still on the pop, she's doing well. If it was Joanne, she'd be in bed sleeping by now. I guess we kind of also. Where are we for time wise here? Coming up for 2 o'clock in Spain, 1 o'clock in the UK, and 8 p.m. US Eastern. Have we got any? We got any Yanks or Canucks in the house? I guess I can extend that. Anybody in the Americas? I think we've got one, haven't we? In the Netherlands, they pay young kids to place heavy fireworks on houses. Okay. Kind of explosives. Point your explosives at the at specific houses. Do you think? Oh, here's a question from David. Okay. Do you think NATO and the EU is being tested by Putin? I think he's always looking to try and assert some kind of obvious dominance. Hence the was it called Novichok? that was used in, I guess, Salisbury. But that doesn't sound right, but it might be. The nerve agent, the nerve toxin that was used on that guy and his daughter. Can't remember their names. He's always looking for something. He's been threatening to bomb the shit out of Britain because we keep helping Ukraine. God, I couldn't remember the bloody word. I think maybe Putin is under pressure at home and has to do things to try and be seen as, to make a point of being seen to still be in charge and a viable threat. The fact that Ukraine's lasted as long as they have, like he thought they were going to collapse within days or maybe weeks, and they've lasted years. I think that's a major surprise to everybody because of the size of Russia and the size of their army, the number of tanks and just the number of, the amount of manpower. That has to be a major embarrassment, really, that they didn't just rip through there in the way that they thought. Yes, Ukraine's been like rearmed by other countries. But as far as we know, nobody's put boots on the ground. Whereas Russians have needed Chinese to come and help them. Is it Chinese or Koreans, or maybe both? Boots on the ground from other countries to aid them because they were losing soldiers that rapidly. That has to be a major embarrassment at home. So he's looking for opportunities to establish dignity, maybe back home. I don't know that he's in any position to really be making a serious threat against anybody else in the West. Opening up like a second front in some way would be ridiculous. Maybe another Novichok or what was the one with the umbrella? It wasn't polonium, was it? That was something in the 70s. But yeah, another one of those, the poison radioactive stuff stuck in someone's leg or whatever. Maybe he'll try something like that. I don't see him as a serious threat militarily to the West. He's got his hands full already. And he's got to be weakened by being embarrassed. Also, the rumours that he's dead can't help. I don't know. It's interesting question. I don't think he's in a position to seriously test NATO or the EU. I mean, first he'd have to overrun either Ukraine or Poland or Finland if you're going to go further north. But then Article 7 of NATO, you invade one. If you go to war with one, you go to war with all. I think it's Article 7 of NATO. That would be a huge step. And I don't think they're strong enough for that. If they can't take fucking Ukraine, their chances of being a serious threat elsewhere, opening up a second front, dividing your forces and your effort, having more of your young people leave the country so that they can't be called up and conscripted. Ukraine and Russia, they're the top two countries in Spain now of the non-Spanish, of the people that have moved here. Used to be Brits and Irish were kind of right up there as the top imports. But I'm not sure what order, but Russia and Ukraine. And they're not fighting, they're not like fighting in bars. They're not being all patriotic for whichever country and arguing in the streets or in the bars. They get on, as far as I can tell. Well, they either get on or they avoid each other. I'm not sure which. There's little to no trouble between them. And a lot of these are people that have left to avoid. If you're Ukrainian, you've left because you want to avoid the invasion. If you're Russian, you've left because you want to avoid conscription and being sent to the front. Because they have a terrible tendency of just throwing men at a problem and not really arming them, just throw bodies at it. We got a lot of them. We don't care. Don't know. Interesting question though, David. Thank you. Crazy Hatter. Mad Hatter we say in English, but yeah, okay, yeah. It was a Mad Hatter that actually said happy unbirthday, was it? Could well be. Have a nice on birthday. Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay, Josie and Karen are setting up a coffee date. Oh, Couture and Cola. Nice. Karen likes a Bacardi and Cola. Is Bacardi? Hold on. Is Bacardi a form of rum? I lose track of these different alcohol beverages. I'm not a big expert. I'm a beer man with an occasional bit of red wine. I guess I do get dragged into spirits sometimes. Brandy or whiskey. Oh, vodka when Karen and her family. Yeah. When they buy cigarettes and that's what comes attached. Yeah, you guys are connected on WhatsApp, aren't you? You can send pictures of yourselves to each other so that you recognize each other when you meet. Russia surrounded Kiev. You see, I'm going to say Kiev because it was always Kiev. The bits of chicken, the balls with the garlic butter were chicken Kievs. Now we're being told we have to say Kiev, and I don't give a fuck. It's a Kiev. It's always been Kiev. It will always be Kiev. Russia surrounded Kiev in the first 2 weeks, gave terms which they agreed upon at the Istanbul Treaty. Ukraine and the West, and of course backtracked. Robert says saber rattling. Could be. Is it saber rattling if you threaten to dump nukes onto Britain? Is a nuclear bomb a saber? There's a big difference between a sword and a nuke. That's beer number 3, isn't it? And I'm about halfway through it. Almost on the 4-hour mark. Important to have the full picture. He's no angel, but not a cartoon monster either. Putin, I guess we're talking about, yeah? How long was I gone, folks? How long was I gone? I get the message saying reconnecting, but I didn't know I wasn't connected. Oh. Soul mining. The North Korean soldiers that Kim Jong-un sent to fight for Russia in Ukraine got wiped out on the battlefield with the drones. Crazy. Yeah, the use of drones has been a major development, hasn't it? And the wireless ones got hacked pretty quickly. And so now they roll them out with on the end of a fiber optic cable. They take a spool of glass fiber cable. So they're wired, basically, and can't be hacked. But you can cut the wire. You can cut the glass fiber wire. Yeah. Oh, folks, we're coming up on 4 hours. What do you think? I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying talking with you. We're doing well on the thumbs up. Could do with a couple more. But yeah, we hit more than we crossed the 20 threshold. 16 people here. We're 4 hours in. I'll keep going if you guys keep going. If you keep the chat going. I know I'm well behind at the minute. Karen needs to sleep. She said good night, everybody, but she said that at 1:58. I thought, oh, I'm only 4 minutes behind. Night, Karen, if you're still there. Night. Is that a phrase other people in other countries understand? Tommy Tombstone says, ever since it's been a standstill. Notice also that it all kicked off 2 weeks after the trucker protest. Yeah, you see, the trucker thing in Canada was a really interesting political thing. Again, government abusing powers. Big business, like Gift Send Go. No, hold on, the other one. Gift Send Go was the one that they went to after. What was the first one? What's the big donation website, donation service? I can't remember. And then they went to Gift Send Go, but even then they got court orders and forced them to give up the money or to block bank accounts, and they were monitoring who donated. The government was spying on their people to see who had donated. And it turned out the whole thing was entirely illegal, and they'd abused the only remaining guy who had drafted the Canadian Constitution, the only guy that had been in politics at that time, said it was a total abuse and it wasn't meant to be used for that kind of thing. It was meant to be used, the powers that they had, the special powers they had in a state of emergency, is meant to be for like major natural disasters or foreign invasion. And they pulled out these laws to stop a protest by a group of workers. The fuck? Yeah. Takes us back to that word before that I can still not remember, even though we got there. I'm going to work back and see if I can find it. Somebody help me out. Memory, look, folks. I've been reminded of the word. It's got S's in it, hasn't it? Have I gone back past it? I feel like fascist. There we go. I told it had S's in it. How far do I have to go now? Quite a way. I've gone back a lot. North Korean. Okay, here we are. Yes, Bacardi is a kind of rum. Okay. White rum. Yeah. What's Tom saying? It's a dangerous virus. Everyone needs to get their shots on a digital ID. And a chip implanted in your finger so that you can open the doors of the government buildings. Yeah. Lewis Carroll was from round the corner here in Daresbury. Give us a clue, Daresbury. What's the next big city or what county are we in? We're probably down south somewhere. Just send each other photos, Carol. We'll wear a white rose. Lol. Yeah. You're both supposed to meet up and carry a copy of the same book, and that's how you know that you're meeting each other. We have 5 kinds of Bacardi, really. It was Kiev in Norwegian too until 2022. I had this rant before about how whenever a major incident happens, the BBC in particular are all over telling you how you've been pronouncing it. They change the pronunciation of anything. So if if the Ukraine thing settled down now, in 10 years' time, so they're saying it's called Kyiv, not Kiev. Great, okay, it's Kyiv. In 10 years' time, if there's like an earthquake or a major storm or a hurricane or something happens there, they will then re-educate us that no, it's not Kyiv, it's Kiev. They just always have to have some new knowledge and some new pronunciation, some new change to just prove that you're a total pleb for not knowing the new thing. Whatever the latest thing is, they're right there with a new word for it. It's talk about media acting in a they can't just bring you the news, they have to re-educate you. Chicken Kievs, it's a ball of chicken, a hollow, like a mince of chicken made into a ball, injected with a garlic butter and with a breadcrumb outer, fried and served up all nice and hot. It's a chicken Kiev. It was a chicken Kiev when I was 5 years old. It's a fucking chicken Kiev now. Don't suddenly tell me that the place is called Kiev. Here's the other thing. Even if the Ukrainians call it Kiev, so what? The Spanish and the French call London Londres. They don't mind fucking changing the pronunciation or change the whole fucking word. So we can change the pronunciation of a fucking word. We don't have to call it what they call it. Milan really is Milano, I believe. I don't know for sure, but I think it is. But we call it Milan. The French call Paris, Paris. We don't. We call it Paris because there's a fucking S on the end of the word. You don't have to go by what the locals call it. Hey babe, what just happened? What's going on? Where are you? You're trying to go behind me. Okay, let's see where we are. We're on 4 hours. If we're gonna carry on, folks, if it's a big if we're gonna carry on, I am gonna need a pee at some point. We're 4 hours in and I am on the pop. Also, I'm on my last beer, so if we are carrying on, I might have to get a replen. I might have to grab another couple of cans. But if you can live with that, if you're all right with that, and if you can give me, I'm going to say 2 minutes. I'm going to mute the microphone because I'll be just inside the tent, not 2 meters away, not 3 meters away from you really. So give me a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, that was interesting. When I sat down, the whole chair moved backwards, slumped. It felt like it bent, like maybe it's broken. And I just hurt my back. If you remember a few months ago, when I was moving out of one tent and into another, I'd wrenched my back just beforehand, maybe a month beforehand, trying to walk around Tina. And I got rid of that fairly quickly after. I've just wrenched my back with the whole chair moving and sliding backwards and almost falling over. I don't know. That's not as upright as it goes. It was further upright than that earlier when I thought I was too upright. I don't know what just happened. But I'm in pain. Pain is too strong a word, but oh fuck. I'm gonna have to take painkillers. I don't like taking painkillers, but I can feel instantly I can feel that that's going to be a problem. Fuck. Could do without that. Hold on, where are we? Kiev in Norwegian. Ras, lemon, white, brown. Ras, lemon, white, brown. Oh, these are your types of Bacardi. Okay, I don't know what Ras is. Brown, yeah, lemon, white. Maybe it's brass. No, not brass. Grass, maybe. Smoked. Okay. Wasn't Musk using his satellites to help the Ukraine drones? He was certainly using it. He made it available to Ukrainians rather than Russians for. Oh, that's Karen saying good night. That's a proper good night when she says boring. Zebedee off the Magic Roundabout. If anybody remembers the Magic Roundabout, I downloaded the first 5 ever episodes a little while back. I should go get the rest. So yeah, wasn't Musk using his satellites to help the Ukrainian drones? He was certainly using it, opened it up for Ukrainians. I don't know to what usage. Josie's going as well. Okay, Josie, this was all at 2:02, so this is all nearly quarter of a bloody hour ago. Sorry if I missed you. Sorry, Josie, but happy unbirthday. Glass and bottle is empty. Bye. Okay. Blackrock, night, Josie. Oscar, super enriched, is gone as well. Okay, mate. If all your bank problem was resolved, would you return to the UK or would you say stay in Spain? It's a frequent. I should do a new updated thing about like frequently asked questions. The answer is I would love to stay in Spain and regularize my status such that I could work or run a business or whatever. I don't see that happening. If I was the Spanish government, I mean, I would have kicked me out by now. In all honesty, I would have deported me. So I don't see them. I don't see being in Spain as an option. And in fact, being in Schengen might be entirely off the cards once I leave the country. They may ban me from the entire Schengen region for some period of time, possibly indefinitely due to the extent of my overstay. So I gotta get the bank thing sorted, get money, sort a legal thing out here, and then get home. To sort the bank thing out, and then I don't see them letting me back into, certainly not into Spain, and in all probability not into Schengen. So I'd have to find some other country to holiday abroad in, if I ever holiday abroad again. Holiday's not even the right word. I would love to be able to stay in Spain. I like Spain. I certainly love the environment, the weather. Spanish police, not so much. Spanish bureaucracy, not great, but you can take you can pay other people to take care of it. Creates a whole class of the Spanish word. I can never remember this word. Abogado is lawyer, but there's this whole other class of person. The word basically translates as manager. Basically, you pay a Spanish person and suddenly the bureaucracy melts away. Once they're dealing with a Spanish person, it's nothing to do with what that person does or that person's knowledge. It's just that the officialdom recognize that you've paid a Spanish person, you've kind of created a Spanish job, or you're helping to fund a Spanish job, and the bureaucracy kind of melts away. A lot of that back and forth and come back another day, and it goes away, and things just get managed. It's difficult to explain to somebody, but a lot of the runaround that Spanish bureaucracy does is just to create extra work for Spanish people. I'm convinced of this fact. Not even from my own experiences, but from just what I've seen of other people, other people's experiences. It's bizarre, really. Excuse me. And yeah, just coughing hurt my back. This is going to be an issue, folks. This is going to be an issue for the next few weeks. Not good, because I carry my dog. When she's walking, I carry the back end. Leaning over to one side, carrying a heavy beastie with a bad back. Oh, not good. So hopefully I can take a mega dose of either paracetamol or ibuprofen. Probably ibuprofen, because that reduces swelling more. If I can take a big dose of that, and maybe get rid of this in 2 or 3 days, that would be nice. Don't know, we'll have to wait and see. Where was I? I was talking, would you stay in Spain? Yeah, Spain would be my ideal. The UK, I don't hate the UK, you know what I mean? I keep getting told by everybody, stay away, it's changed so much in the last 10 years. And the whole invasion thing. Whether you call it an invasion thing or just a boat people thing, politics is divisive. I don't want to really... I dwelled on it too much earlier. Dwelled? Is that even a word? Is there a different word? Dwell? Dwell's not a word. I'm going to go with dwelled. I dwelled on it too much earlier anyway. It's divisive, it causes arguments, I lose subscribers. Karen, I thought you'd gone. I will answer that question. Stay in Spain, yeah. Daresbury's in Warrington, okay. I was thinking, yeah, because like Dewsbury is Manchesterish, isn't it? Is it? Dewsbury, yeah. Daresbury, I didn't know, but you'd already told me Warrington, so sorry, yeah. Just buzzwords. What about the spelling? Yeah, the spelling of Turkey, that changed, didn't it? Again, I am of the opinion that if other countries can change London to Londres, then we just stick with Turkey, because fuck it. If you're allowed to, if one country can change the whole word of another country, or another town, or another... I mean, the whole España versus Spain thing, I guess, we already do it, don't we? It's just another one of those. We have our way, they have theirs, and they're welcome to it. But don't tell us how to fucking say shit. I certainly don't want the BBC re-educate... Well, the BBC technically isn't a branch of the government. But the government demanded that the BBC be funded by the public. And the government take charge of collecting the money from the people at the force of law, at the, you know, under the threat of being locked up. I guess that makes them a government branch, really. Having your government re-educate you on shit, even if it's just pronunciation, that's not right, is it? Pronunciation of words. I'm not a fan. Governments have to learn to keep their fucking nose out of certain things. Less government. I'm going all MAGA. Make asylums great again, folks. Make asylums great again. The nutters, the extremes need locking up. Probably on both sides, but what about the spelling of Turkey? Food marketing. Yeah, how do they spell it now? It's the Turkie or something, isn't it? T-Y-R-K. Okay. Okay, no, Tom came back and corrected. I-Y-E at the end. Turk, I-Y-E. Same difference, but better than chicken. Is it? It's quite a dry meat. But as long as you know how to cook it properly. You cook it on a I'm going to say cooling rack. You cook it on a rack. You put half a pint of water in the bottom of the pan, so you've got a steamy thing going on, so it's more moist than otherwise. You can put some, rather than a rack, you could use a trivet. Make a triangle out of sausage, not sausage, out of carrots or parsnips. Make a triangle. Sit your turkey on the triangle. Put a bit of water in the bottom of the pan. Obviously, you got your oil and your butter and whatever else going on with the turkey, but foil over the top, water in the pan, and then it's not going to be too dry. This I might do. No, okay. How can I say this? If I had more than one burner at Christmas, if I wasn't just on a one-ring burner, I'll even do a video of cooking a Christmas dinner. Christmas lunch. But as far as I know, I'm expecting to be on a single burner. All contains garlic. Turkey and chicken. It doesn't have to have garlic. Is your beer cold? It is, Karen. Yes, thank you very much. Between Meta yesterday bringing frozen water in bottles, frozen ice. No, that's not right. Is it just ice? Let's just say ice. Between Meta bringing ice and then you guys bringing ice earlier today, I'm well situated for keeping beers and other beverages cold, and other foods, and the cold box, the cooler, whatever they're called. That as well. It's a Carlsberg moment. This one's Steinberg. I'm on the Steinberg Classicas at the minute. Your beer. I've still got some of the Carlsberg from Meta yesterday. Those are still there. Wind strength's now 40 kilometers. Oh, suddenly you've learned how to convert. You're not giving me that meters per second rubbish. It's about half what it was before. Yeah, it was 72 before, wasn't it? Excuse me. 40 sounds like a nice easing off. Oi, from where you were. What does that taste of? What have I eaten today? Have I eaten today? That burp definitely tasted of something with a bit of spice to it. I just don't remember eating today. I have. I know I have. What did I have? I've got like 3 or 4 bags worth to pick through between all the different people that have been and brought things. Yeah, there was a sandwich in with. Okay, yeah. Karen brought me a sandwich, and then I had waffle with the chocolate sauce. Oh yeah, now I remember. I just don't remember the flavors in the sandwich. If Carlsberg did adverts, they'd probably be the best adverts in the world. Is it your new chair? What, the one that I'm in that just broke my back? No, it's the one that was here already, the black kind of reclinery thing. It doesn't seem to recline as much as it did. Oh, okay. No, it goes back a long way. It just doesn't come forward as much as it did. Ah, that didn't work. And that hurt my back. There's my girl. Oh, you're over there. Hello, you. Hey. She's hiding from me. She's gone back under a bush. That sounds wrong. Codeine needed. I don't know. Is codeine not a heroin, poppies, morphine? What's the word I'm looking for, folks? This is one of the addictive ones, isn't it? Codeine. I don't like the idea of. This is why I don't do painkillers. In a typical year, I'll do 2 or 3 painkillers, but I did have pretty bad backache earlier in the year, and I was taking a couple a day. Yeah, I wasn't happy with that. 5 a.m. 5 a.m. for the Zebedee show after a rave in the 1990s. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, it was very off the wall. It was very I guess not really psychedelic, but yeah, no, it looked like something that had been made to be watched while you were high. But a British bloke took it, and he took the French program and didn't get a translation, just made his own story up around the magic roundabout thing. Yeah, I don't know. Could you head to Gibraltar? Wouldn't help. Once you leave Gibraltar has a deal with Spain that they run all the checks because you're leaving Schengen, basically. They don't. So when you leave Spain to go into Gibraltar, they don't run the full volley of tests and computer checks and things that they would normally run when you leave Schengen to go like to Britain. So Gibraltar has agreed to keep the border with Spain free flowing. Anybody leaving Gibraltar, like on a plane or a boat, then they'll do the checks on behalf of the Spanish. So that wouldn't have the desired effect. Plus, no, I can't really head there because dog, disabled, plus all my belongings. I mean, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what to pick and what to leave behind. It's going to be really difficult when it does happen. Sorry, folks. I guess we are getting a little bit late in the night, aren't we? 2:30. Need to read those vows. Shut up, Jack. Miscalculated. Different. Oh shit. Okay, I'm being told 85 kilometers an hour. Something like 25 meters a second, maybe. Another level of corruption. Gesto, there's the word. Yeah, gesto. I don't know whether it's a hard G or a H. You never know with the G's in Spain. Gesto, that is indeed the word. It's a whole other level of dealing with bureaucracy, but yeah, once you pay one of them to do things, it's not like they even have to do much. The other side, just knowing you've got one, suddenly things just work smoothly. They're not really doing anything. They don't have like phenomenal knowledge of the system like you might think to manage the bureaucracy. It's that the bureaucracy sees that you've paid someone Spanish some money to do stuff, and then they get out of the way. Whereas if you walked into an office and said, what do I need to do this, they'll write out a list of 6 things, and 2 of them will be bullshit. So when you go back the next day, oh, no, 4 of these are right, but you don't need these 2, but you need these other 2 things. And there's just this back and forth of multiple visits. Pay a gesto, and you just walk in and it just sorts itself. Not because they know anything, not because they're great at their job. The Spanish just, he's paid Spaniards to okay, well, we've created work. Now let's just do our jobs properly. Is my interpretation of events. I'm sure some people will say I'm a conspiracy theorist. David from Zaragoza, I think he was, would say that he didn't necessarily agree with me on this point. How many likes are you up to? I'm seeing 21 still. 21. So we maybe got a. I did see an influx. We did get back up to 16 or 17 viewers, but maybe me going to the loo and just prattling on too much has lost a few. Maybe I've just gone on too long. We had quite a few. We had 3 or 4 leave at one time, didn't we? Or say they were leaving. Anyway, I don't know whether Karen's actually gone yet. Opiates, there's the word. You see, I couldn't get there. Did I even say opium at one point? I'm not sure if I did. I said poppies. Media, the fourth estate, we said in England, yeah. Isn't that? No. It's, yeah, they're supposed to be independent of government, police, judiciary, all of that. You're supposed to be another core element of society, having a free media. COVID revealed that not to be the case. The way that they all jumped on board with misinformation and all the other accusations of anybody who questioned anything. The way that things like Facebook and Twitter and what have you had departments connected to government to decide what to bubble up through the algorithm and what to suppress. Certain words, certain people, they lost their impartiality. Certainly legacy media or mainstream media did. And I would say that new media, social media did in a lot of ways. The big companies, big business and government, hand in hand. Small media, people like Maya Tusi, people like Simon Wells, History Debunked. I guess you could say commentators like Trevor Coult, C-O-U-L-T. The small independent people just giving you the news are more reliable than the legacy media or the mainstream media. Certainly more reliable than the government who puts spin on everything. Even the police, when they release info now, like we were saying earlier, suppressing some info, pushing other info out more quickly, depending on the who, how, what, when, where, when. Yeah, no, it's from a spectator. If you can externalize yourself, if you can extract yourself from the situation, it's interesting to watch. But it's not good. It's the wrong direction. We've had free speech for hundreds of years and we're very proud of it and we fight strongly to defend it. Knock, knock, knock. Can you please delete that Facebook post? We're a small country, right? What's the population of Russia? Something like 300 million. Certainly 150, maybe 200 million. It's certainly way up there. We arrest more people for social media posts than China and Russia combined. China, Russia, and North Korea combined. Think about that. We're a country of 60 million. We can argue whether it's 60 or 70. You're arguing about decimal places, decimal points. We arrest more people than Russia plus China plus North Korea for social media posts. We have free speech. We've had free speech hundreds of years. We will defend free speech. Two-tier queer. Get fucked. Queer Starmer. and his beard of a wife. I don't believe you, sir. Oh, well, obviously, okay, this is the chicken versus turkey. Duck beats both. I've yet to try pheasant. I've had pheasant. Can I say that I really liked pigeon? Now, I was a kid, and so pigeons felt like there were a lot of meat. You had to have two. Had to have two in red wine, cooked in a red wine sauce. I haven't had them as an adult. It's quite possible that they're smaller than I remember, or less meat than I remember. But I did like pigeon. Pheasant, I know I've had it. I don't recall the flavour. I just know that I had it. I don't even remember how it was cooked. I was young. Parents were going through an experimental phase. It was the 70s. What do you do? Opiates. That was soul mining, yeah. Multiply by 3.6, yeah. Or by 4 and then subtract 10%. And drop the thousands. Is it? Yeah. To make it kilometers per hour. Yeah. Holy shit. Thomas Tombstone. 97 to 122 kilometers an hour. What the hell? Intense. Yeah, that would be a word for it, mate. My tent certainly wouldn't survive any of that shit. Let me take an example. I'm going to take your 35 and I'm going to multiply by 4 to get 140. Then I'm going to knock off 10%, which is 14, would give me 126. You have 122. So yeah, we're in the ballpark. Do you think the Spanish have had their fill of the Brits and Irish retiring there? There's certainly in some places there's an anti-tourism movement. I don't think it's Brits and Irish specifically. I think some places just feel overcrowded. Barcelona, which one of the islands, one of the Balearics, I think it was, did this last year. Protests against tourism and people walking around firing water pistols at people, wetting them. And then this year, tourism dropped by 40 or 50% on that particular place. And suddenly they were like, oh no, we didn't mean it. I think the people did, but the tourist authority and the hotel, whatever association of hotel managers or whatever, they were trying to counter it and say, no, come back, it was a joke. I don't know about being against people retiring here. Certainly the busy holiday tourist spots have got some friction. I don't know. There seem to be fewer and fewer Brits here, to be honest. I know a lot of people a lot of Brits well, I don't know a lot, but I know a few Brits that have gone back. I know some others that are considering it. Some people were here on like a commercial visa. It's a 5-year commercial, and after 4 years they were being contacted by the government to say, time to start thinking about packing up and going home. They were like, oh, it's not an automatic renewal then? No. Can we apply for renewal? Oh, we think you should be going home. Tina girl. Tina. It's okay. It's just a car. So I don't know. I don't know about whether they're against people retiring. What's your views on time feeling like it's going faster as you get older? This one's a Schrodinger thing. The months and years certainly feel like they're flying by faster. Individual days are dragging like shit though. So I don't know how you marry those two together. If 30 or 31 days all dragged like hell, why does a month feel like it's flying by? I read up on this a little while ago. There are various theories, but if you think about like when you were 5 or 6 years old, you know, jumpers for goalposts, playing football in the playground at school, a year was a hell of, I mean, it was a fifth of your life. And actually, you've only really been cognizant of anything since you were like 3 or thereabouts. So you've only really got 2 years that you remember, or even that you partially remember. So a year is like 50% of the life that you remember. By the time you're 50, a year is a 47th or a 48th of the life you remember. It's a smaller fraction. It's not going to seem like such a big deal as when you were 5. Another theory is it's not what that length of time, that unit of time is compared to your lifespan so far. Another idea is that doing things for the first time, doing something unique, doing something you've never done before is a more intense memory. And when you're 4, 5, 6, 7, up to 10 or 12, whatever, you're doing every day or at some point every week, you're doing something spectacularly new. By the time you're 50, when do you ever do something that you've not done before? And so you've got less of these peaks, these intense moments, these intense feelings. And so when you had lots of these intense new experiences when you were young, time felt longer, slower. Now that you're older and you never get those intense feelings, you've done everything before, it's just, there's no new memory. It's not like you've got 500 new memories by the end of the year. And so the years are flying by with just 1 or 2 new experiences each year. It's interesting concept, interesting theories. I mean, I couldn't tell you what's right or wrong. They're just all interesting perspectives. You've got to use these things as kind of a cognitive framework to hang your own experiences on and make your own decisions. But yeah, as a general rule, life certainly, the years pass by quicker. Whether the individual days do or not, though. And certainly in my situation where each day I'm just waiting for the peak of the heat to go. I'm waiting for it to start cooling off from 5, 6, 7 o'clock onwards. I'm just waiting for that. This week I've been able to put the fan on a lot less or a lot later. The tent didn't get as hot as quick. But then I'm putting the fan on and I'm laying down and I'm just waiting for the day to pass. Oh, thank you for the question. That was an interesting one. Where are we? Okay, that was soul mining, views on feeling like it's going faster as you get older. It was an interesting question, Tombstone, yeah. Orwellian times, but Russia and China truly disclose their figures about technological communication posts. Yeah, that's a fair point. They lack the openness perhaps, and you don't know how many have been disappeared or sent off to the gulags. Do the gulags still exist? I don't know. Or maybe they just get sent off to the front line in Ukraine and they don't even bother giving them a gun. I don't know. Here's some bullets, go and chuck them at the enemy. I don't know. I don't know. You can only use the data you've got though, can't you? But whether, I mean, the comparison with Russia, China, North Korea, it doesn't really matter. It's, we're going backwards. We're going to places that I'm not comfortable with, or Britain is. I'm in Spain, so it affects me less. But my idea of what free speech was 20, 30, 40 years ago and what it is now, those are vastly different. I watch all these clips online of police telling people that you're causing offence to somebody and therefore you're committing a crime. Being offensive is an offence, and that's not what the law's supposed to be. Causing serious offence and a serious fear of actual physical harm being imminent is a crime. Not just the being offensive part. All sorts of people can be offended about anything. It shouldn't get someone locked up. So I don't know. So yeah, to answer your question, yeah, true, it's right. We don't know what the actual figures are for those countries, but I think the principle still stands, and even irregardless. See the difference of regardless and irregardless. There's no difference. It's a bit of a false word, really. But regardless of the of those countries, we're moving in the wrong direction. Is it 30,000 people arrested over our social media posts I read the other day? Hurty words. Somebody's had an argument, but because it's online, it becomes online hate speech, potentially, allegedly, maybe. Not a fan of hate speech as a concept. Hate crime, potentially. Like, if you punch somebody and you just punch them for no reason, it's a crime. Or even if you've got a reason, it's a crime. But if you punch them because they're black or because they're Chinese or because they're Pakistani, that's a hate crime. That's a crime that you did on the basis of just one factor. And it's a factor that's protected by law. So I can accept a hate crime being a thing, but talking shouldn't be one. I should be able to have a stand-up argument with any one of you in the fucking street. You might be a loony lefty, you might be an Adolf Hitler supporting Nazi. I should be able to have a stand-up row with you in the street, and as long as we don't come to blows, and as long as it's not kind of 3 a.m. and we're literally disturbing people's peace, people's sleep, we should be allowed to have a stand-up row. Even, I would argue, even a stand-up knock-down row. As long as we both agree that we're going to have a fight about something, I'm not against that. If 2 people say, I'm going to hit you, and the other one says, yeah, come on then. Okay, go for it. We'll all stand in a circle around and we'll shout, fight, 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 like we did at school. As long as nobody's pulling a knife or hitting someone with a hammer or a machete, 2 people should be allowed to argue. They should even be allowed to fight, in my humble opinion. Mutual combat is a thing. As long as both agree to it, and there's no obvious, like one's like fucking 500 pounds or I don't know. Well, I can't convert that to stone. Let's say 350. No, that's not right. 40 stone, let's say. You know, as long as you've not got Man Mountain versus It's a stick insect. I'm trying not to cough now because my back hurts. It's going to be a problem. You wouldn't believe how much of my life is about bending over, squatting down, picking heavy things up, carrying a dog while she goes for walkies. Bad back's not good. And I did it just by sitting down, but I'd slid the chair back to get out of it, and then I think I sat in it and one of the legs was over a hole. Tina, she likes to dig holes. Do citizens even dare to post something borderline? Well, I mean, this is happening in Britain, isn't it? Where people, it's a chill. They call it a chilling effect, where because you fear not being able to post, or you fear it being investigated or inspected, so you don't even post. So yeah, Russia, China, Korea, we don't know to what extent there's that chilling effect. We can make some guesses, but the same's happening now in Britain. So like I said, regardless, I mean, I threw those out as examples or as a comparison on the numbers, but the idea that it's in the thousands, it's 600 or 700 a week. For hurty words, for saying the wrong thing. Some people make a joke and it gets taken as being serious. Others say something that you should really find perfectly acceptable. The Graham Lenehan one. Now he says joke and people back him up, and it was basically, if you're a woman and you're in the changing rooms and there's someone there with a dick, kick him in the balls. Or punch him in the balls, he said. Now he argues that's about big man, little woman, so when she punches, she's going to be at that level, and that it was a height joke. I just think that scenario, woman on her own with some sort of semi-naked man in front of her, kicking or punching in the balls just seems like a perfectly acceptable defense. Doesn't need like, we don't need a professor to analyze. It should just be obvious. You're in the women's changing rooms and somebody's waving a dick about in your face or whatever. Okay. Berserk. What was Berserk in answer to? Okay, there was Tom's answer on the length of days, weeks, years. Yeah, that it's a smaller percentage of the life you've already lived. Yeah, that we covered that. I think the screens have impacted us greatly. Yeah, we're kind of terminally connected, aren't we? We can go off. We can go off and find information, or find if you've got a bias, you can go off and find something that backs up what you already think. You can go and find other people that have the same ideas as you, or the same thoughts, or the same principles as you. Tina, where are you, darling? What are you doing? Why do you sound like you're so far away? Are you up to no good? Where are you? Come here. Tina! Are you right behind me, darling? Where are we? There you are, okay. I thought you'd wandered off. Okay, babe, I got you. I can see you now. Really, my girl. I got worried. Sounded like she was further away, and I was worried she was like sneaking off or bum shuffling away. My back. Okay, guys, we're coming up on 5 hours. I think we're going to call it quits on the 5 hour mark. I won't spend long on these. I'm on 2:45. I'm nearly quarter of an hour behind on chats. Let me try and catch up quickly. Taking in new data, life data, will prolong our experience on this spinning ball. I think it has to be a new experience. Was the theory that I read. So yeah, that kind of thing. Screens have a huge impact on time management. Everything's under microcosm, microscope. And like I said, you're also, you can go off and get into arguments, or you can go off and seek people that agree with you and form your own echo chambers, which, see, I follow people on the left and on the right. I listen to both, and try and find my own way between them. And I think I mentioned this before. I don't have a unified ideology. I can have contradictory views at the same time on the same or related topics. I can be left on some things and right on the other. I'm a what would be a good word? I guess I'm eclectic with my views and opinions. So those of you that are thinking I'm some sort of right-wing nutter, you're wrong. Sometimes I'm a left-wing nutter. I've mentioned many times I was an Arthur Scargill fan way back. Scary times, interesting times. These are similar concepts. Final question. Let's make it quick, says Tom. How many gigabytes of data do you get, and how many euros do you pay? I think I get 250 gig, plus I can roll over up to 250 from the previous month. I pay 15 a month, only because I'm doing YouTube and I need the gigabytes for uploading at times. I have considered stepping, because the allowances have grown so much. I think I could probably step down to the next package down and pay, I think it's 10 euros a month. But I would lose I've got a lot rolling over each month, and I would lose that. So I was thinking, now that I've got access to my hard drive, I was thinking of using all those gigabytes, download a lot of things. Except I've almost filled the hard drive from all of the pen drives and from the tablets and from whatever. So I don't know. 15 a month, I get 250 gig, and I can roll over up to 250 gig. A gust of 102 in Scotland. Now, like recently. I remember figures like that a few months ago when there was a big storm. But you're saying that now? Wow. You're your own man, Mike. I try to be. Some people and some things I find persuasive, and I heard a quote once. Was it strong opinions weakly held? I'm open to persuasion and to being shown that I got something wrong. The thumbs are down to 19. Weren't we on 21? I've lost people. What have I said? What did I say? I've lost some thumbs ups. Okay. A bit blowy, said Jack Attack. Like the common man, said Soul Mining, about my my ability to change opinions. You're a lighthouse of intellect and common sense missing in today's world. I'm not sure that everybody would agree. I like to think I'm fairly well educated, and I try to stay up to date with things, in particular science and technology. But I don't know. Politics is a tricky it's a divisive subject by its very nature. I see Tom Tombstone. So I get unlimited calls and texts and things, but I'll be honest, I don't remember the last time I made a proper real fucking phone call. I sent a text recently for the first time in a year, maybe. My mate Joby hasn't got internet. He hasn't got a current subscription, but his phone will carry on receiving for, it's either 3 months or 6 months without him paying, because the sender, the caller or sender pays, don't they? So his phone will carry on receiving calls or texts. So I sent a text just to ask if he was okay a few days ago. But yeah, it's rare. I don't do that much. Reported today, 10 p.m. was the 102 miles per... Was it miles per hour or kilometers? I think it was miles. Yeah, MPH. Storm Amy. I'm not aware of the phenomenon. I'm not a big fan of this naming them thing as well. I always thought that was an American thing. 30 euros for 10 gigabyte. Get rollover unlimited calls. I saw an American saying he got 150 gigabytes for 10 euros, no ID required. But is this, that might be on a, like on a landline or a fiber optic. That doesn't sound, 150 gig for 10 euros. I guess it's possible. It just doesn't sound likely. You gotta make sure, yeah, you gotta make sure that your package does the whole of Europe when you're moving around. I think that's, isn't that EU law now, that they can't charge you extra for roaming? So it doesn't matter what country you're paying your bill in, it should all just carry on working when you move around the EU. Now, as a Brit, that no longer applies to us. You use hold on, soul mining. Uses Libara, switches SIMs every 6 months, pay £1 a month. Or you keep taking out like an introductory offer. Is that what it is? You get £1 a month for 6 months, and then it's supposed to go up, but you scrap that and then get another. Keep rotating the SIMs. I heard good things about Libara in general. I guess I'm fairly happy with them. I had a few issues once upon a time. Reliability when it was 4G, before 5G came out. When it was 4G, it was quite hit and miss, and there would be outages. It would go off for 2 or 3 hours at a time. When I was in my last apartment before I got kicked out, we'd have these regular outages. They also kept sending me messages saying something was changing and I needed to upgrade my SIM. But they told me the only place to do it was at a phone. You got to go to the phone shops. But the guy here said, "Oh no, we're not doing that. You'll have to go to the other side of town." Yeah, right. So I just carried on and carried on. I had that thing a few months ago where they tried to start charging me 50 cents per week for some kind of fucking lottery they said I'd signed up for. Some kind of weekly prize draw. I'd never signed up for any such shit. And the guy eventually cancelled it and told me, be careful where you click. And I said, pal, shut the fuck up. Don't be lecturing me about being careful where I clicked. I challenged you to tell me what I clicked. Was it an email? Was it on your website? Was it in your... You didn't know. The reason you didn't know, because it never fucking happened. So don't be lecturing me and telling me not to click shit I never clicked. So yeah, my renewal was up that weekend. I moved €15 across. You don't pay it direct. You move it into like an account with them, and then they take it from that account as and when they want it or need it. I moved 15 across, €15 across, and then when it came time for the renewal, I didn't have enough money in the account. I was like, what the fuck? I just moved 15 across. How can there not be enough to cover a €15 bill? I said, oh, the prize draw's 50 cents a week. So I only had $14.50 in the account. So there's a bit of twatting about to fix that. Tina, where are you now? Don't know what she's doing, folks. Right, I was finishing at 5 o'clock. Let me hurry on through. Want a burner for travel, no IDs, and yeah. If you're traveling between countries and you're going through any kind of border control, my advice would be to delete social medias, like delete the apps entirely. Then border control, police, whoever can't ask for access. If you haven't got the app installed, they can't be asking you to access your Facebook or your Twitter or whatever. A lot of people recommend Revolut. The adverts I see don't inspire me. Cash, physical where possible. Yeah, I'm up for that. I use PayPal here with you guys because I haven't got any other way of getting the cash. Then I send it to Karen. She puts it on a prepaid debit card, and I do the tippy tappy thing. I prefer cash where possible, but sometimes beggars can't be choosers. Sounds like you're in the middle of a phone mast war, Mike. What do you mean? Oh, the when they used to cut off the there was some update when 4G was switching to Tina, quiet. Tina, quiet. Yeah, there was something going on with 4G and 5G at the time. What are these people doing? They've stopped walking and they're just standing. Maybe they got a dog with them. They've carried on now. I was concerned when people stop kind of opposite my doorway to the road. You never know, you might get somebody one day brave enough to try and rob me while I'm here. Let me have a look. Okay. France or Germany would be best to buy a burner SIM. You get phones now that do this eSIM thing as well, though, don't you? You don't even really need an actual SIM card. The SIM card was never really necessary. It was a deliberate obstacle put in the way. That's why your phone can make emergency calls without a SIM. Your phone can make the calls, it's just they decide not to allow it in the software. Let's have a look. Internet detox, yeah. If the internet was turned off for a week worldwide, how would it go? People would panic, stock markets would crash, but in the end the world would just carry on. We'd find a way around. A lot of people would suffer some kind of withdrawal. This is why I download films and TV series and things. I want to have my entertainment here. If the internet goes away, I'd still have access to entertainment. If the internet went away, phone calls and everything like that would go away nowadays. It's all stacked on top of each other. People just they do the normal stuff. They'd revert to cash. Your credit card machines and your ATMs would all stop working because they're constantly pinging out to servers to check databases and things. cash would become king again. It'd be a major reset. It would make people think. There'd be a big prepper network kind of growing, a bigger uptake of people doing prepping for disasters and stuff. There'd be an initial panic, but I don't think it would be the big deal that people think it might be. We'd adapt, because it's what we do. A lot of people are complacent with it though, and it's my... Oh, look at this. I unplugged this to look at Tina at some point, didn't I? Wait, oh, that's gone wrong. Hold on. Let's do that. Let's do that. I thought it was getting darker around here. I wasn't sure why. I'm still supposed to finish at 5. I am going to go soon, folks. I'm going to skip forward. Okay, I'm at the end, maybe. Think we would have some peace, to be honest. It'd be glorious as soul mining. We're going to have a quick look and see whether that was the latest chat. I think it was. Okay, folks. It is after 5 when I was going to finish. Her ladyship is here. We're going to finish in the tradition of the channel. Thank you very much for being here, folks. Thank you very much, and cheers to the lot of you, especially the ones that hit the like button. Not sure what happened to the 2 of you that re-hit the like button to remove the like. What did I say? What did I do? Maybe you could add a comment or something. Good night, folks. Cheers. In the tradition of the channel, if I can do this. I'm going to do this. It's a little bit involved now because they keep moving these buttons. Here. Here's Tina, doggy darling. Hey, babe. Do I get a cuddle? Do I get a cuddle? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What about under the chin? Do we get under the chin? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we got you under the chin. Hey. Take you inside in a minute. We'll take you for walkers and take you inside. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Out. Cheers, folks.